I would like to officially call this meeting to order and announce the meeting time. It's 10:03 a.m. and welcome everyone to the TDLR Towing and Storage Advisory Board meeting. It's great to see everyone after quite some time. I'll ask everyone to mute your microphones and only turn them on when you're asked to speak. Also, keep your cameras on and announce your name when speaking so that your name can be recorded. We'll go to agenda item B, the roll call and certification of quorum. So I'd like to call Carmen Marshall to do the roll call. Carmen, will you announce if we have quorum?
Yes, ma'am. Kyle Jackson,
I'm here.
Mark Mitchell,
Here.
Gary Hoffman,
Here.
Charles Rash,
Here.
Ken Ulmer,
Here.
Shay Adamic,
Here.
Mary Krebs,
Here.
Michael Provost, and Presiding Officer Tasha Mora.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Fantastic. Right. Advisory board members. One announcement is I want to welcome our new member to the board, Mary Krebs. Thank you, Mary, for joining us on the board and serving.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is this now the time that you want me to introduce myself?
Yes, we'd love to
Okay.
hear.
Hi, I'm Mary Krebs. I'm with the Kerrville Police Department. I've been with the Kerrville Police Department about 20 years, but I have about 35 total. I started our tow company program here a couple years ago and got it a little more standardized here in Kerrville. And I'm over support services.
Great. Welcome to the board. We're happy to have you. Okay. Let's see. We are going to move to agenda item C, so the open government training. And I'd like to call on Assistant General Counsel Michael Bostic for the presentation. And before you get started, Michael, if I may, I'd like to also welcome you to the Towing and Storage Program. We're happy to have you and we look forward to working with you. And if you could, would you mind just taking a moment to introduce yourself to the board and also those who are watching on YouTube?
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you. My name is Michael Bostic. I'm Assistant General Counsel here. And yeah, I'll be taking over the program from Elizabeth over the coming weeks. Yeah, happy to be here and give you your open government training this morning. A little bit about me. I'm a graduate of Texas A&M and Texas Tech University School of Law. My background's in enforcement and happy to be doing general counsel work now. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. All right, can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
All right, well, I've already introduced myself, so here we go. I'll be conducting your training this morning. So the three statutes we're going to cover are the Open Meetings Act, which is Texas Government Code Chapter 551, the Administrative Procedure Act, which is Government Code Chapter 2001, and the Public Information Act, which is Government Code Chapter 552. First up, we have the Open Meetings Act. So you'll want to pay special attention to this one since it's the most pertinent to this board. The purpose of the act is to ensure open and transparent government. The act applies to governmental bodies like this advisory board and requires public notice of the time, place, and subject matter of the meeting. So while local government entities are required to post notice 72 hours in advance of their meetings, here you're in the big leagues as a state board, and so public notice is required to be posted 7 days in advance of the meeting. All right, so some key concepts of the act here. The quorum. So quorum means majority. The Open Meetings Act requires there to be a quorum of members present to take official action as a board. That's why we call roll here at the beginning. You can meet without having a quorum, but you can't take any official action without having a quorum. Our next concept is deliberation. This one is pretty intuitive. It's what I expect we'll do here today. So the meetings occur when a quorum of a governmental body deliberates regarding public business or policy over which it has supervision or control. So from 3 slides ago, remember what has to happen before the meeting? That is notice. So the Open Meetings Act requires written notice of the date, time, place, and subject matter of each meeting held. Carmen and the TDLR team takes care of posting the notice for the meetings. The important thing that you need to remember here is that you, the advisory board members, may not engage in discussions about a subject that has not been included in the posted agenda because that subject has not been noticed. If you do engage in that discussion, Elizabeth or I may jump in and try to stop you. And just know that if we do interrupt you, we're not trying to be rude. We're just looking out for your best interest. So that may raise the question, what about social functions or conventions where you may all be in the same place? Is that considered a meeting? So under the Open Meetings Act, a meeting occurs when a quorum of members deliberates on an issue within your jurisdiction. And remember that those meetings have to be noticed and open to the public. So this doesn't mean that a quorum of you can't talk to each other at a conference lunch table, but it does mean that you can't talk about board business at that lunch table. So how about them Cowboys is fine, but towing and vehicle storage off limits. So the broad takeaway is that if you're outside of a properly noticed meeting and a quorum of you are all chatting, you need to be especially aware of what you're talking about and take care not to violate the act by discussing board business. This may seem like something that is unlikely to happen because you aren't all together often, but you have to be aware of the walking quorum. A walking quorum is when a minority of members engage in a discussion about official business and then communicate those discussions to other members. So while the initial discussion may have been with less than a quorum, the subsequent communication to other members could then form a quorum and violate the Open Meetings Act. So let's go through a practical example here. Let's say on a 5-member advisory board, 2 members exchange phone calls, emails, and research on an issue that's before the board. 1 member then forwards the exchange to another member. So by including that 3rd member, they have now engaged in a walking quorum and violated the Open Meetings Act because they deliberated on the issue without it being properly noticed and open to the public. Walking quorums can commonly occur during conference calls, video conferences, hallway discussions, emails, text messages, and now you have to also be especially aware of online comment sections on apps like Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, where you could all be posting in a comment thread and potentially form a walking quorum that way. The best practices here are to not discuss board business in small groups and then share that with the other members. Don't send emails, text messages to a quorum of members about board business, even if each message is sent to each member individually. Don't create posts on social media about board business. Don't ask the board members for feedback on board business outside of the public meeting. So this is called polling, and it becomes a walking quorum as soon as one member tells another member how the rest of the members are going to vote on the board, because now they're deliberating. Okay, some guidelines for our meeting today. Remember that you're limited to discussing what's on the agenda because that's what's been properly noticed. If you go beyond that, we may jump in to guide you back on the path, but ultimately it's your responsibility. The chair may set reasonable limits on any public commenters we have today, and members of the public may raise a subject that's not on the agenda. However, any board discussion on the subject raised by the public member must be limited to proposing that topic for a future meeting. Some more best practices. Limit the discussion to the specific agenda items. Avoid wandering off into other subjects that have not been noticed. Don't respond to subjects raised by members of the public unless they're on the agenda. If you want something on the agenda for the future meeting, you can tell TDLR staff or tell us, and we'll make that happen for a future meeting. All right, so now the bad stuff. So I've told you what not to do. Here's what could happen if you do it anyway. First, there's civil penalties. Any interested person has standing to file a suit to stop actions taken in violation of the Open Meetings Act. That's in Government Code Chapter 551.142. So also, if it's determined after the fact that an action was taken in violation of the act, that action is voidable. That's Section 141. We all work very hard to get these things done, so let's not accidentally void something we do. Criminal penalties. So the criminal penalties for violating the act range from a Class C misdemeanor up to the penalty you see here, depending on the violation. Those are found in Texas Government Code Section 551.143 through 146, but hopefully you will never need to look at those. So if you remember any part of this presentation today, remember these two things. One, avoid communications that involve a quorum of members about official business outside of a properly noticed meeting. Two, during the meetings, stick to the topics on the agenda. Here are some resources if you want some light reading about the Open Meetings Act. As always, you can give us a call if you have any questions. And all right, so we're a third of the way through here. So on to the Administrative Procedure Act, or the APA. The APA governs how state agencies make our rules that implement the laws passed by the legislature and other policy. It provides the minimum standards of practice for state agencies and public participation in the rulemaking process. So what is a rule? The APA defines a rule as a general statement from an agency that implements or interprets law and policy. A rule can also be a general statement that describes the procedural requirements of the agency. So essentially, think of it as what you have to do and how you have to do it. Statements regarding internal matters of the agency that don't affect private rights are not considered rules. However, any change, repeal, or amendment to existing rules is considered a rule under the APA. The sources for rulemaking can come from legislative changes, suggestions from advisory boards such as yourself, TDLR staff, our 4-year rule review process, or rule petitions. So rule petitions, the APA allows interested persons to petition TDLR to make a rule, and an interested person is anyone who meets these criteria here. Now for the rulemaking process. So here's an overview of the rulemaking process from start to finish. Note that this is the process that TDLR uses, and other agencies may differ slightly, although some of these steps are required by statute. Also, in the case of rules that are implementing bills from the legislature, we may vary from this structure. We're allowed by the APA to meet statutory deadlines. And you'll see yourself in there, in those two spots at our first and second advisory board meetings. Going on to the rule review process. So this is required by the APA. Every 4 years, we have to evaluate each rule set to make sure that the rules are still necessary and essential to achieve their goal. The next review for this program will be in 2029. Thank you, Elizabeth, for doing that. Here are some resources if you have any questions about rulemaking. And now on to the Public Information Act. Also commonly called the Open Records Act. So the PIA is intended to allow allow the public access to information about the affairs of government and public officials. It makes all documents and records relating to official business open to the public with certain exceptions. Public information includes electronic communication that exists on any device if it is connected with official agency business. The Act is always construed liberally in favor of granting requests for information. So what does this mean for you, board members? If you receive a written request for records that looks like a Public Information Act request, please forward that to Office of General Counsel immediately. Don't ask the requester why, just forward it straight to us. If you receive a request from the General Counsel Open Records team, please respond to that immediately. The time that we have to respond to these requests is very short, so it's important that we act on them quickly. So remember that the general rule is that information is subject to disclosure. However, some information must be redacted from the information released. This includes date of birth, email addresses, and other sensitive information you see here. And here are our resources on the Public Information Act. And thank you, everyone. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Elizabeth, how did it feel to not present this year? Usually you're presenting. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yes, yes, it feels a little odd.
Yep. Okay, well, we're gonna move on to the next agenda item and have the approval of minutes. So this is the meeting minutes from March 20th, 2024. Has it really been that long since we've met? Yes. So I'd like to ask the board members, do you have any comments regarding the minutes from March 20th, 2024? And if none, I'll ask for a motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented.
Ken Ulmer makes a motion to approve the minutes.
Charles Rash, I approve them. I forgot what I was doing.
Mr. Rash, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, so all in favor of approving the minutes as presented?
I could do a roll call if you'd like, Tasha.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Kyle Jackson,
Approved.
Mark Mitchell,
Approved.
Gary Hoffman,
Yes.
Charles Rash,
Approved.
Ken Ulmer,
Approved.
Shay Ademic,
Approved.
sorry
Yes,
about that, ma'am.
approved.
Mary Krebs,
Approved.
and Presiding Officer Tasha Mora.
Approved.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Carmen.
No problem.
Okay, next we're going to get to the public comment portion of the agenda. I want to be sure to announce that the Towing and Storage Advisory Board received 8 emailed comments, and they were sent to the board yesterday for review. And let's see, and the board has also received 2 requests to address the board during the meeting. I'll remind the board members and those who are providing a public comment that the board will not be allowed to ask questions or discuss anything that is said. For those who are on YouTube and are interested in providing future public comment, just as a reminder, if you wish to address the board, you must submit an email by following the public comment instructions found on the last page of the agenda or located at www.tdlr.texas.gov. And they must, the emails have to be submitted to the board liaison by 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, typically the day before the meeting. So these were submitted yesterday by noon. With that, we have the 2 public comments here today, and I will open the floor to
Presiding
Mr.
Officer,
Yes.
it looks like Ronnie Lewis has not jumped on yet. So we
Okay.
could go to Kendall first if you like. And if Ronnie jumps on later, I can let you know.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you for the guidance.
No problem.
So with that, our public comment will open the floor to Ms. Kendall Schultz. Thank you for being here. And when you begin speaking, I'll remind you to state your name and who you represent, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please understand that the board members are not allowed to ask any questions or engage in discussion with you about anything that's not specific to the agenda. Do you understand the instructions? You may be on mute. Ms. Schultz?
I sent you a request. Did you see it?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Okay,
Okay,
yes.
great. So you'll have 3 minutes. Please start
Okay.
when you're ready, and Carmen will help us with timekeeping.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kendall Schultz. I'm with BDS Towing and Recovery out of Bryan, Texas. I want to shed some light on a specific, deeply damaging problem within our industry, the chargeback epidemic. This isn't just about roadside assistance, it's about a service we are legally authorized and often contracted to perform. The current system TDLR has set in place offers zero protection for our operations while providing an abundance of coverage for dishonest customers. It's a broken dynamic that is actively hurting our business. When a vehicle is illegally parked on private property, whether it's a fire lane, a handicap spot, or a reserved resident space, we get a call, we respond, we verify the violation, we tow the vehicle, and the owner pays to get the vehicle back. We've done everything by the book, operating under specific legal authority and local ordinance. But here's where the system fails us. The moment that the customer walks out the door, they can dispute the charge. They claim unauthorized charge or a service not as described, when in reality, the card was authorized. It is the towing of the vehicle they did not authorize. The customer received their vehicle back, the service was complete, yet the bank instantly pulls our funds. TDLR offers us no protection. We can't hold a vehicle hostage over a future dispute. We have to release the car upon payment, making the entire transaction vulnerable to post-service fraud. We submit evidence, photos, signed form, dispatch logs, contracts with property owners who authorize the tow, and 85% of the time, the card issuing bank doesn't care. They default to protecting their cardholder. We operate in a regulatory environment where we must follow strict rules for towing, storage fees, impound fees, and release time, yet we are completely exposed when it comes to payment security. The chargeback mechanism, designed to protect consumers from fraudulent merchants, is instead being weaponized and against legitimate towing companies. It is an absurd imbalance. We have zero protection for our honest work, while customers who knowingly park illegal are giving a free pass to steal our service simply by clicking dispute on their phone. The administrative burden and financial risk are unsustainable. We need payment solutions that recognize the unique nature of private property towing and on the spot, legally mandated services that should be final upon completion of the transaction.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your public comment. We appreciate
you.
your time.
Thank you.
Carmen, do you know if we have Mr. Ronnie Lewis with
No, ma'am.
us?
He is not present.
Okay. So those were the two requests to actually speak at the advisory board meeting. And as a reminder, the board did receive 8 emailed comments. They were sent to the board. The board has reviewed those. They will not be read during the meeting today. Okay. So with that, we are going to move to agenda item F, staff reports. So we'll receive a briefing from staff and some discussion. First on the agenda is the licensing division. So I'd like to call on Laura Hernandez, the licensing manager.
Good morning, board members. And my name is Laura Hernandez. I'm one of the licensing managers in the licensing division. Today, for this meeting, I prepared our staff report, which includes statistics for both towing and vehicle storage facilities. You'll see the report for tow trucks. This is going to be for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. As at the time of this meeting, there weren't any numbers yet available for the current fiscal year. Also included is the breakdown of tow operators and the breakdown of consent, private property, and incident management, including vehicle storage facility employees. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this report or our applications renewals in regards to this report.
Board members, are there any questions?
Not only,
Mary Krebs. Since I'm new to this, could you help me understand what it means, that population?
Sure. So for the population, for instance, if we look at the first one for tow trucks, fiscal year 2024, fiscal year 2025, at the end of that fiscal year, that's the population of tow trucks. And then at the end of that fiscal year, and then underneath that, you'll see the tow companies, and then forward down to the employees. And so those fluctuate, during the year. But at the end of our reporting period, those were the numbers for the population.
Thank you.
Ken Ulmer, I'd just like to kind of point out to the rest of the board members, those numbers are substantially down. I mean, we're 866 tow trucks down for the year, and we're 141 tow truck companies down for the year. And I think that's an alarming number for our industry. I think the associations and truly everyone, the entire industry needs to get together, because I know some of those companies that have gone out of business, and the majority of it is because of the cost of doing business, cost of tow truck insurance, things like that. They're alarming things, because I know a lot of those companies were good companies. So just wanted to kind of let the other board members kind of think about that as well.
Good point, Ken. Are there any other comments or discussions from any other board members? I do have a question, and it's most likely we're not tracking it because we hadn't seen this drastic of a drop. Do we collect any information on why the licenses aren't being renewed if there's this significant of a drop?
We don't collect that information. The individual licensees or the tow company licensees, they're not required to give a reason for not renewing. So we don't capture that information in our current system.
Got it. Okay. Laura, thank you so much for your report.
Sure. Thank you.
We're going to move to the Education and Examination Division, and I'd like to call on Simon Cortez, the Audit and Assessment Specialist.
Good morning, advisory board members. My name is Simone Cortez, and I'm a program specialist 3 for our Education and Examination Division. Our first statistic we have shown will be our continuing education course approvals. Our top line will be approvals for fiscal year 2025, and our bottom line will be approvals for fiscal year 2024. Our second statistic will be the current curriculum approvals for incident management and private property program. This concludes my report. I'm available if you have any questions.
Board members, are there any questions or discussions regarding this report?
Ken Ulmer, so maybe I'm just reading this wrong or something. Total new curriculum approvals for fiscal year 2025. I see 0 all the way across.
Yes, sir. So it's my understanding that we have 8 providers who are nationally approved, and currently we haven't had anyone else apply.
Okay, so that's just telling us a new curriculum from like a new company.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. That will not
No
happen
worries.
moving forward.
No worries.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you, advisory board members.
Yes, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to go to the Customer Service Division, and I'd like to call on Claudia Enriquez she's a Customer Service Manager.
Hi, good morning, advisory board members and TDLR staff. Yes, my name is Claudia Enriquez, and I am the customer service manager for this program. As you can see in our report, our contact numbers for FY 2026 have remained fairly consistent in comparison with FY 2025. There is a small increase for the month of November in comparison to FY 2025. but November is still one of the months out of the year with the least amount of total contacts. Other than those statistics, I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Board members, are there any questions?
Ken Ulmer, I'm really baffled by how low the email numbers are. Is there a reason for that? I mean, I know we're doing almost everything via email now. Do you think we're just not getting the word out to consumers that they can use the email? Or, I mean, because those numbers are like really low.
Yeah, to be honest with you, this is one of the programs where I think people prefer to have that phone call interaction. But it is one of the programs with the least amount of emails. I'm not exactly sure why, because the contact information for our customers, our callers to be able to reach out by email is available online. I'm just not sure if it's just a preference that they.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers are like really, really low.
Yeah, go to some of our emails our licensing department. So this does not mean that this
Okay,
service division
gotcha.
receives.
Okay. Is there
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Steve. Is there
Excuse me.
something we could do to maybe heighten people's awareness to it? I mean, I would think that would help TDLR as well.
Excuse me, Ken. It's Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director. I was just going to jump in and say, one indication of those low numbers could be that the information that people are seeking is readily found on our website.
Oh, that could be.
Right. That's, we definitely, as Claudia said, different constituencies and groups have their preferred methods of communication. But when I see things like this, I also think, okay, good. Well, that tells me that people are able to go to our website and find the information that they need.
Good.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that may very well be part of it. It just really concerned me that there were no more emails than that. I thought, man, I thought that would really be skyrocketing from
Yeah,
a
and
customer contact.
and again, this is just for the customer service division. There are other divisions that could be getting emails, but this is specifically for the customer service. So it may not be completely accurate. They do go to compliance. They can go to the compliance division. They can also go to education if there's any questions regarding that. So, but for our division, it is it is pretty common. And the numbers from the other divisions that receive those emails isn't included in our customer service statistics report.
So Shay Adamic here. Is it possible when one calls in, when they're put on hold instead of listening to the music, perhaps we can mention the email?
Yeah, I mean, currently we have it to where, people can visit our website and that information is on there, but there might be a possibility that we can include that as a message. We'll have to discuss this further, but yeah, that's a really good idea.
This that sheds some light, knowing that although the email volume is what it is for customer service, the industry may still be emailing, but they're routed directly to licensing or complaints and education. Can you give us an idea of what type of matters or questions are answered or that the customer service division helps with? So we'll know, like,
Yeah,
what are these emails about?
of course. Yeah. A lot of the phone calls that come in, the majority is for license status request. So we do have that. Some of the phone calls that we receive is if a car gets towed and they, since our information is available to the customer for TDLR, they'll call requesting information on their vehicle. So a lot of this is for license status or just request information on how to obtain their vehicle back or things like that. It can range also from anywhere wanting to know we received their continuing education information, hours, or um, how to obtain a license, things like that. But license status would probably be the majority of the calls that come through.
And are these license status from licensees who are applying for licenses, or perhaps the motoring public who's asking about a licensing status?
No, it would be if somebody applied for a towing license, a company license, a renewal status, or something like that.
Okay. Sounds
Mary Krebs, can you tell me how many folks answer the phone for customer service? And if it's not answered right away, does it roll over? I mean, doing the math, it looks like there are like 600 calls a day, and that's quite a few calls that come in. Is there any indication that some of these calls are not being answered, or that there might be some sort of way to make it easier, like Ken's saying, is maybe put it on the wait time. You can, if you want more information, you can go to the email.
Yes, so we do have, whenever our phones, we have roughly around 46 agents that take calls for all of our regulated programs. There are occasions where our phones are busier than other times. For example, the beginning of the week, Mondays and Tuesdays tends to be very busy. Um, but we do have a callback option. So if we don't have an agent available, uh, the customer will leave their information and one of our agents will give them a call back to assist with whatever. Also, our social media, whenever our phones are really busy, our social media will, put a post out there stating to email us if they need assistance, or direct them to the website, or offer suggestions as to when our phones are not as busy. So there are some things that we do
Thank you. Just an observation.
try to point out to.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you.
If I could say something, Elizabeth Salinas, Strip Matter Assistant General Counsel. One of the things I think that's important to remember as well is that we get a lot of calls that go directly to compliance, to Morgan Dryer and compliance. And then Morgan will involve me to clarify interpretations on the law. So that's not something that is necessarily tracked, but I can tell you that in any given week, I probably do on average 2 or so of those consultations. So that magnifies over time, obviously. But Morgan is doing a great job. She took over for Todd Forrester in that compliance role. And I know she has accepted a lot of calls and questions from the industry over the past 6, 7, 8 months.
Hi, board members. I wanted to add a little bit of input or insight of the contacts that we receive. So I know somebody mentioned earlier, we do have a contact us a web page where a customer can go on and submit their information via that contact page. Those are routed straight to the licensing team. And then we also get emails directly to the licensing team. And then customers can also contact us through the tools system. There's a contact us page that goes directly into a queue that it's also monitored daily. So with all of these different contacts, they could be from licensees, they could be from the general public. So all of those are routed, and it's with this current system we have, it's a little difficult to pull all those numbers and make sure, okay, these are emails, these are through the contact pages, this are, and so, and it does, they go to compliance, they go to licensing. So there's multiple ways. So I would definitely say that I can definitely add for the licensing report, how many do come through the contact us page. And so that way for the next meeting, you at least shed more light, because that one probably is going to be the most contacts, but it won't be down to this one had to go enforcement, this one had to go to compliance. It's just a little difficult for us to count those differently. But I can definitely add that to the licensing report for the next board meeting.
This is top.
And
Laura, I think that's an excellent idea, because clearly this just look at this one report opened a series of questions, and it sounds like there's lots of communication. It's spread. And if we could get that added, I think would be a really good lens to look at. Like, where are these emails going?
Tasha, Elizabeth Salinas, Strip Matter, Assistant General Counsel again. I just got a message that compliance gets 10 to 20 calls a week.
Okay.
So that's a significant number. Of those, I'm involved in maybe 2, maybe 3, but Morgan answers those as quickly as she can when they come in. So compliance is taking a good amount of calls, and they are immediately addressing them as soon as they get them.
This is Tasha Moore. I think if we're able to make any suggestions, I think that's good data to be able to have in the reports. Laura, thank you for being proactive in offering that. Of course, other divisions, that may mean that we may want to see that as well. It's something that it's information that's there, and if we could see it, then I think it answers some of the questions as far as who's contacting, where their topics, where they fall, and what the volume looks like. Also, so we can see are the websites answering licensees questions, and when it's not a licensee who has questions, where are these concerns or calls and emails being routed to? So the ask is if it's possible to have, when everyone gives their division reports in the future, it's possible to have some of that data. It would be good to review that.
And Tasha, I misspoke. It's actually 10 to 20 calls a day, not a week.
Yes, that's a significant difference for sure. Yes. Claudia, before you move on, board members, are there any other questions regarding the report? With no further questions, we're gonna thank you, Claudia, for your report.
Thank you.
And we're gonna move to the enforcement division. And so I'd like to call on Tony Reed, prosecutor. Tony, the floor is yours.
Oh, sorry, I lost my unmute for a second there. Good morning, board members. My name is Anthony Reed. I'm a prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. I have the enforcement staff report. I'm not going to go over page after page in detail. The report discusses key statistics for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, along with case highlights. I'm happy, maybe ecstatic, to report we've added 2 prosecutors in the transportation group, Jeremiah Alvarez and Naira Melchor. So that brings us up to what we're supposed to have for transportation-related programs, which TOW and VSF fit into that group. Performance measures. I think we might have gone too far. Performance measures are the statistics that go to the legislature. Given we're fully staffed now, I'm hoping those numbers will go up. Criminal history review reflects the applications where the applicant admits to criminal history, and also we discover sometimes they don't tell us, and we find that out when we do the background checks. Going down to complaints received by source, and we've got graphs or charts showing this. It's as always, it's mostly consumer reports, consumers that file the complaints. Caseloads and enforcement, if you move down, okay. Again, we're counting on the full staff to work on those numbers. Looking at the type of orders issued, it's going to be mostly agreed orders where the respondent and TDLR come up with a penalty agreement, and then default orders where we didn't get a response to the notice of violation. Okay, penalties. We're we're quite proud of the 800,000 and change that was returned to Texans in restitution. That's going to be if it's tow VSF, it's going to be a refund that we negotiated. We do some number of cases where there's a warning letter issued in exchange for the refund to the consumer. Cases closed without disciplinary action. This is an interesting figure because it shows that 80% to 90% or in the 90s of cases are don't result in a penalty for the various reasons shown here. The violations at opening, this reflects what's actually in the complaint. Sometimes things change during the investigation or prosecution. With tow, it's mostly allegations of illegal tows. For VSF, it's mostly related to notifications. And then the violations that actually do result in a penalty are listed there, the reasons. And then finally, we have case highlights. We had there's a case there where there was a $2,250 penalty for failure to cooperate with an investigator. And we had another case, we have another case there that there was a $750 penalty for failure to notify a vehicle owner of their right to pay a drop fee. That's the enforcement staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Gary Hoffman, I've got a question on the performance measures where it's the average time for closing a complaint in days. I'm assuming the column for TDLR is over all the industries that you guys regulate.
Yes.
I'm curious as to why it takes so much longer with ours for fiscal year 2025. It's 120 more days on average on the VSF side to close a complaint. And I didn't know if there was any reasoning for that, why it takes so long to respond to the tow and VSF industry.
We had some staffing issues. We currently have fully staffed 4 lawyers doing prosecutions, and there was a time there when we were down to 2 lawyers. And when someone leaves, we have to do something with their caseload, and sometimes that doesn't, it isn't possible to keep things in order of receipt, and some cases just get old.
Okay, it just seemed like we were way out of the average with the rest of TDLR, and I was just curious if there was a reason why. I know there's been a short staff, and that's probably why it's been so long since we've met. But
yeah, transportation also works motor fuel, and there's a lot of those cases.
Tasha Mora, I have a question regarding the penalties. We could look at that together.
Sure.
Just waiting for that to, there it is. A few clarifying questions. So the penalties, 800,000 was collected, I heard, returned to the Texans. So I see the number on the restitution, and 800,000 is that TDLR's collective number, or is that from the towing and storage industry?
That is, if you'll look, it's got for example, tow on fiscal year 24, it was $42,695 that went to tow, or went to consumers as refunds from a towing incident. So it's the 800,000 is TDLR. I wanted a big number. But it comes from tow VSF, and we get a lot from motor fuel.
Okay, so what would be the number that is collected from tow VSF? It's not the 800,000. It is one of the other numbers that are in the columns, correct? And if you could show us.
Correct. The bottom number, the first one's 42,895, then 21,060. Those are the numbers that were from tow and VSF.
Okay, 2024, it looks like approximately 42,000 from tow, 21,000 from VSF, about 63,000 that was collected in penalties or refunds in 2024 for the VSF and tow program. And in 2025, if I'm reading this right, the tow and VSF program, about $60,000. Okay, I heard $800,000 when the report was given, and that was alarming because what it sounded to me as if these were the statistics for the tow and VSF program, that $800,000 in refunds and or penalties was collected from licensees. If I'm reading this correctly, the number is approximately 60 to 63,000 each year so far, according to these reports, that has been collected from licensees. Do we know how many licensees this amount was collected from each year?
We track that number. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
We can get you that number because we record each individual reimbursement. So we should be able to tell you how many.
I believe that would be helpful. So that the data that as the advisory board we're looking at and it's clear to us, I think I would find it useful to see we have the amount that's collected in penalties and refunds per year, per program and license type. And how many licensees was that collected from? Are we saying that approximately 63,000 was collected from 5 licensees, 20, 100? I want to be able to see what the impact is on the number of licensees. We're just also seeing that a lot of licensees are not renewing, and those numbers are down when we look at the licensing divisions reports. And so I'm just trying to see if there's any type of correlation or pattern, and having the information on the enforcement report would be useful. I also just want to make it very clear, especially to those who may be listening, who maybe are not in the industry, that for clarifying purposes, $800,000 was a win for a TDLR for all programs on collecting. However, it was not a penalty number collected from the VSF and tow program. That number is much lower. Still concerning at $60,000 a year collectively, but a lower number than the 800. So just want to be able to clarify that. We do dig in the weeds as a board on this enforcement report. So we do spend some time looking at these numbers.
A quick question, Mark Mitchell with Texas Farm Bureau. In looking at the tow and VSF penalties assessed versus collected, obviously there's a huge disparity there. And the question probably answers itself as to why people aren't paying the penalty, but what is being done to follow that?
Well, one thing you're going to see is we put people on payment plans. So sometimes the payment takes place over up to a year. And some of these are where we've assessed the penalty, we've ordered it, but they have their deadline to pay may not have come. If they don't pay, it goes to general counsel, and general counsel sends letters, and general counsel can refer it to a collection agency or the state attorney general.
Elizabeth Salinas, Strip Matter, Assistant General Counsel. I just want to give you an idea of what that looks like on the general counsel end. So if we make an assessment, which means we have a commission order or an agreed order to pay that fine, if the licensee does not pay the fine, there is what's called a GC hold put on their license. They will not be able to renew the license. They can't move trucks around. They will not be able to do anything within our system until they pay the penalty amount. So the general counsel hold will remain until that is cleared out. What happens then is what Tony is saying, is that we can put people on payment plans. So over time they can pay it. Some people want to do that. Some people just say, I'm going to pay all of it. If they get on a payment plan and they make a first payment, we will remove the general counsel hold so that they can then do what they need to do, renew, move trucks around, etc. But if they suddenly stop paying on that, the general counsel hold will go back on. So it's very important if someone has a GC hold lifted and they are on a payment plan, that they continue to pay that money through the end of their last payment. And as Tony mentioned, we can send amounts over a certain dollar amount to the office of the Attorney General for collections. Their office is responsible for then collecting that debt, that penalty. But we continue to have a GC hold on the license associated with that individual against whom the penalties were assessed. So even if it goes into collections, we continue to have the hold until we are notified by OAG that the payment has been completed. So there's kind of a lengthy process on the back end, but the moral of the story is, if you have a penalty assessed, either through a commission decision or through an agreed order, and you do not pay that penalty, your license will be put on basically a hold or a suspension, and you won't be able to do anything until that money is paid off.
Thank you.
Gary Hoffman, kind of along those lines, I'm wondering if the reason some of the penalties aren't collected is the company's just going out of business. And that could be some of the non-renewals that we're seeing. And the unfortunate thing is that we've noticed over the last several years, though, a lot of the companies go out of business when they get a fine and then reopen in a spouse's or other family member's name to continue doing businesses in the same area, which is something I think we need to address. I may be confusing myself a little bit more with these numbers, but another side question on the penalties assessed, it looks like in the overall number, total VSF, we're roughly about 5% of the total penalties assessed, but it looks like the restitution numbers, our numbers are higher, more in the 15% range. Is that other industries just not taking care of their penalties, or do you think it's something along the lines of what you were talking about, spreading it out over time, or do you have any idea on that?
No, I don't have any insight into that.
I wouldn't either. We might be able to ask our staff on the general counsel side, but I wouldn't know how to answer that question today.
Tasha Mora, I would say this. It seems like we're presented an abundance of data, which is great, and it's where we just see activity happening in one report and trying to see if it's connected to the other. If I may, I would like to ask if we could see on this report under the penalties assessed, we have the value, and that's helpful. If we could add the number of licensees that those are assessed to. So there's a penalties assessed. We see a value in how many licensees have those penalties assessed against them, and also how many are on perhaps payment plans, because now so of those, maybe how many are on general counsel holds and perhaps payment plans, because I could also see that if we don't have renewals, if someone is in a renewal phase somewhere in there, they're not going to renew. They are currently on a hold. So it's just connecting all those dots to see how is the industry performing. Later in the agenda, we'll have another topic that we'll address, but it just seems like these things are connected, and for us to help be a advisory board that can truly see what's going on in the industry, this data is important for it to be there for us. I'll also add, it's been a very long time since we've had meetings, and then in previous to that, there was big gaps of time. We have asked, I don't know if I can get clarification which window it goes to, is who could we work with to help give some suggestions on the data in the report that would be helpful to the advisory board to be able to get the scope of what's going on in the industry. I would like to suggest some revisions to it so it's easier to consume, so we can look at it through those lenses and be able to help advise in our capacity.
Elizabeth Salinas, Strip Matter Assistant General Counsel. And I just have to say, I keep repeating my name because it's for the record. But the people who would be sort of responsible for helping to revise that or giving directives on that are actually on the call. Steve Bruno, our Deputy Executive Director, and Courtney Arbor, our current Executive Director. So I know they're listening and they hear what you're asking for.
Absolutely. Thanks, Elizabeth. Yep.
And we will go back and review the processes and the numbers and how they're reported in response to the concerns that you're raising.
Absolutely. And Tony, thank you very much. I saw you taking some notes on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I cannot express enough how much I would appreciate, so that we can use this. It's a lot of data, and we're going to muddle through it together. But I think that there's so much data collected that we could help put it in front of the board in a way that's consumable, and also we can help with some direction and see some trends that are happening within the industry as well.
Mary Krebs,
Yes.
could you help me understand, like on the penalties assessed? I mean, it looks like from 24 to 25, those numbers have, almost doubled in size. Can you tell me, what's going on in the industry, within the last year that those penalties have, just about doubled? Can you give me an idea of, what's going on with that?
Anthony Reed, enforcement. I don't have an answer. Just so we're looking at
So it looks like
2025. We had more prosecutors for a while.
okay, because it looks like in like
More
VSF, it was
cases.
55, 200 in 24, and then it jumped to 130,000.
Yeah, that is a big jump.
There are also, this is Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director. There are also several other factors to consider, I would suggest. We could have had a situation where somebody had an unusually high penalty, but one thing that stands out to me in those numbers is that, it's entirely dependent on the number of complaints we may get in a certain time. So that's another factor that can contribute to that disparity, is more or less complaints, or again, higher or lower penalties in certain cases. it's just a couple possibilities.
Thank you. So along the complaints, I mean, are they consistent across the board with the same type of complaint, or are they new complaints, or are they consistent with the same VSF, or can you give me an idea?
Anthony Reed, Enforcement Division. We get cases that are the same thing as we did yesterday and the day before and the day before. And we get a certain number of cases that are just, I never saw that, I never thought of that before. I've been doing this for about 8 years and we get some strange stuff. But yeah, there's gonna be, you know, a percentage of it that's an allegation of an illegal tow. And then we're gonna get a tow that is difficult to figure out who was doing what.
Thank you.
Ken
Counselor-
Ulmer.
Oh,
if
go
I
ahead,
could-
Ken. Go ahead. Yes.
And I apologize for hashing over this, but this is one of the reports that we all study pretty dramatically. And I just want to say, Mr. Reed, I appreciate all this data. It takes a lot to study it, but over the years, and the advisory board has asked for more data to be put in here and be broken down in different ways. So I appreciate that part of it. I probably wouldn't want to see it condensed just because it does take a lot of studying. But anyway, let me kind of start from the top. Under performance measures, I noticed that the number of complaints opened and the number of complaints closed is pretty consistent between 24 and 25. So it sounds like the number of actual complaints opened and closed are pretty consistent, pretty much across the board. One of the things that stood out to me was percent of complaints resulting in disciplinary action. And if you look at tow for fiscal year 2025, it's 6.71%. And for VSF, it's 14.07. And I would look at that as, that's half of what TDLR's overall complaints that result in disciplinary action for tow, and a little higher for VSF than TDLR's overall. So that stood out to me immediately. But then when you compare it to the actual penalties assessed, they went up dramatically on both tow and VSF from 2024 to 2025, doubling, as a matter of fact, and even more than doubling on VSF. So that comparison kind of concerned me a little bit as to why that number would jump so much. And then even if you go further, if you look into cases closed without disciplinary action, we've stayed pretty consistent, 95.07%. So only 5% of the cases against tow in 2024 resulted in, were closed without, I'm sorry, only 5% were closed with disciplinary action, and about 7% for tow in 2025. So, I'm just looking at that. How did that number jump up so much in penalties assessed? Are they repetitive? I mean, one of the things that came to mind was maybe they're repetitive violators. I know that the penalties ratchet up as you have additional penalties for a company that's had penalties in the prior 3 years. Is that maybe part of it? Or that number really kind of boggles my mind, because I look at these numbers and I go, wow, we're doing a really good job with less than 5%, or 5 to 7% actually resulting in disciplinary action. Sounds like the complaints aren't washing out, aren't actually becoming something that was a violation. We all know consumers are mad about their car being towed. Doesn't matter if they parked in the wrong place, doesn't matter if they parked in a handicap, they're still upset about the fact that it was towed. And I think that stands clear in all of these records, because you look at the gross number opened of complaints and the number that actually results in disciplinary action, it's a very, very low number. you know, 5, 6, 7%, 14%, unfortunately, in VSF. So I'm just kind of trying to rationalize in my mind, how does that come about?
This, I'm Courtney Arbor. I don't believe we've met in person yet, or if so, the screen is in a way that I can't see you close enough. But I just wanted to jump in here. It sounds like, to your point, you like the amount of data that is provided, but data also needs to tell a story. And there's a story here that you're asking us to help draw out. I'm not sure of what the answer is. One of the staff mentioned that there could have been a very large enforcement action for a licensee that was triple the amount, or a handful of those that makes it larger. Or I know we've been in a backlog situation at points in time. Tony mentioned that we had more staff last year, so it could be they were just closing out some of the cases that had been sitting for a while. But the bigger picture issue is we hear the questions you're asking and the story you'd like for us to be able to tell within the data. We have management analysts and a lot of smart staff on this call that, if you would allow us, we'll go back, taking the questions you've asked today, and when you all meet again, we'll have some information to explain the anomalies and give you some data points within the data to better explain why those percentages are what they are.
Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate that. And I I really am adamant that I think that it's good to have all this data. But like you said, I'm looking for that story, and I do this every time when we're talking about enforcement data. So I'm looking to, is our industry doing a good job? Because, as you know, we have two associations. They need to do, if we're not doing a good job as an industry, our associations need to step in and help educate people, help educate our companies, and make sure that we do a better job. TDLR can obviously help in that, and has helped. So I think that those numbers are astounding. I really appreciate those numbers. I think they're great. I'm just concerned about the assessed penalty thing. And you may be right. That makes total sense, that a lot of them were held over for a long period of time. I know we did have a lot of penalties, or not penalties, but cases that were open that weren't getting closed very quickly. So that maybe is a very good identifier on that, and may give us that information. There again, I really want to reiterate, I love all this data. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of time to dig into it and really look at it closely, but I like having it because it gives me a lot of different views and a lot of different ways to look at it. And I think that's why our board does a really good job, I believe, in digging into this data. I had one other question. It's complaints received by source. So I look at consumer for VSF fiscal year 2025, 612. Seems like those numbers have stayed pretty consistent. And then I look at departmental TDLR, all divisions. So is that all divisions were consumer complaints were 148? I mean, Tony, if you could just maybe clarify that for me, what I'm looking at there, or maybe I'm perceiving it wrong.
Anthony Reed, Enforcement Division. I'm not exactly sure what your question is. It looks like the consumer reported problems with tow 2,500 times, and then 2,200, and then the department filed a small number of complaints. In this program, we don't file very many complaints from the department.
Right. I'm trying to figure out. It says TDLR all divisions. So is that like your rolled in number of an average, or
the all divisions means all of the programs?
Okay, but if you look at 612, let's just look at VSF for 2025. 612 from consumers, 148 from TDLR. I'm assuming. So what does that mean? I mean, TDLR, a consumer would generate a complaint. How does a complaint get generated other than from a consumer?
Can I jump in real quick,
Yes.
Anthony? It's Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director. I think one place is from our Field Inspections Division. So, for example, if Field Inspections is out and they see a violation of a certain level, certainly something that's more than a little routine paperwork, hey, fix this next time. If they see something, then they will go ahead and write that up and turn that in, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I couldn't figure out where that was coming from.
Then you may, I think also, you may see cases where, let's say, for example, we see in the newspaper, and maybe towing's not the best example, but it could be a tow. It could be any licensee. We see a news report about some horrible action, someone's been arrested for something. That can turn into a complaint simply based off that story. And that could lead to some action. I think, are those a couple of examples that you might see, Anthony, over in enforcement that come over from field?
Yeah, Anthony Reed, enforcement, correct. And in motor fuel, sometimes we'll get a skimmer report, and there's no skimmer, but the investigator noticed that there was a problem that needed to be fixed, and would write a complaint on that.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I was just kind of trying to wrap my mind around that. Other than that, I really appreciate all the information. It's really good information.
Yes, it is. And Tasha Mora, and I'll state that it's great. I appreciate the examples from the other programs. The ask would be perhaps for our next board meeting when the report is provided, maybe some examples of the actual tow and VSF program will help us understand what type of topics fall into that category. Those are great examples of the other programs. Makes sense. I'm more curious as to what are some examples from TOW and VSF, and that may be able to answer some of our questions as well, especially Ken's question. Great questions, by the way. Board members yes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm just going to point out, you may find some of that information in those case highlights where the enforcement division just choose a couple to sort of draw out a little flavor of the case. And we can certainly work on more.
Gary Hoffman, that was going to be my suggestion. We have the case highlights. If we do have extreme ones that are driving up these, if maybe we could have the larger penalized ones as opposed to just some of the more routine ones, I think that would help.
Agreed. Board
Say here, in the reports, and I may be missing it. Is there anywhere in here well, first I should start with, are we still doing risk-based type inspections where one's getting an inspection more often because of a prior year? And if so, is there anywhere in the report that shows the number of how many tow companies and VSFs are on a risk-based inspection?
Excuse me. Thank you. Yes, we can definitely look at that. And yes, we are, our inspections is based on risk-based now, and we can get you some more data on that.
Thank you.
As opposed to just going and hitting somebody every 2 or 3 years, we have a risk-based inspection where if you've had complaints or action, you'll see us more, and if you have not, you'll see us less.
Board members, does anyone else have questions or a comment regarding the report, the enforcement division's report? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Reed. I appreciate your time diving in with us and answering our questions, and the entire staff and team that's in the meeting. Thank you for answering our questions regarding the enforcement report. We're going to move to, pardon me, I saw that case highlights was B, but I believe that was already covered in the enforcement report. And with that, we'll move to the field inspections division. I'd like to call on Ulysses, and I may mispronounce it. Please help me. Osio from the East Region Manager.
Yep. Good morning, Presiding Officer Mora and board members. My name is Ulysses Osio, Regional Manager with the Field Inspections Division, and I'll be presenting the statistics for the division. As you all can see, For fiscal year 2024, we conducted a total of 1,269 inspections. Fiscal year 2025, we conducted 863. Fiscal year 2024, we only conducted 3 tow inspections, 0 in fiscal year 2025. I would also like to mention that our field staff also receives phone calls, emails, and text messages from our licensees. Our field staff leaves our business cards when we do inspections. We build this relationship with the industry, and they feel comfortable reaching out to us, to the inspectors, to answer questions. If there's some questions we cannot answer internally, we will forward those to compliance, enforcement, general counsel, or the licensing departments. But that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Ulysses. Board
Gary.
members, any questions? Yes.
Yes, Gary Hoffman, on the tow inspections, I see that, like you said, only did 3 in 2024 and 0 in 2025. Is this just licensed tow companies that are being inspected, not the illegal towers that
Correct.
complaints are turned in on? That's either through
Yes.
complaints or, okay.
Yeah, only licensed tow companies, correct.
Tasha Mora, just a clarifying question. So the report at the bottom shows the tow inspections. The graph and chart above it, is that only VSF or is that tow and VSF?
The one above is the VSF. The little one at the bottom, it is just tow inspections.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes,
And just something to point out is our previous report showed such a huge spike in VSF in 2025 on the assessed penalties, and yet the number of actual inspections is decreased. So it's just trying to learn what's happening in the industry when the 2 reports are provided. This is kind of an example. I believe one of the board members, Shay, did have a question, and perhaps there was more inspections that were triggered, but 2025's number is actually showing that it was lower than 2024 for inspections of the VSFs. Just wanted to make sure that our board is seeing that as well. Board members, are there any other questions regarding this report?
One quick note, Chair, Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director, is that one other reason for that lower number is, of course, we're only a little bit into FY25. You're looking at the entirety of FY24 compared to just a little bit of data for FY25. As we continue in this fiscal year, that number should increase as well. I think you make a great point. I'm not saying that, but just wanted to add that as well.
And valid as well. If we're only looking at a portion of 2025 and one report is showing an entirety and yet another report is showing a partial, I think that's useful information for the board to know that. And so we can have that reflected, and maybe it's there. There's a lot of data, which is great. We're asking
absolutely.
for it.
Absolutely. And I do want to make sure that we're not dragging you all down into too much sort of government or regulatory talk. You know, we live and die by fiscal years here, not calendar years. And it can be a little bit off sometimes.
Gary Hoffman, along those lines, Mr. Bruno, it looks like a drastic drop in Q3 in August from 24 to 25, which would be 148, dropping all the way down to 25. And then the same also for November, I guess, which would be Q4. It's showing this as current information up to December 17th, but that seems like a really drastic drop in August of dropping 125,
Well,
123, whatever.
Yes, sir. I do see
Right at
that.
the end of that. Go ahead.
And just remember, the fiscal year is going to be based on a September start date. So here right now in December, we've only got just a couple months of data.
Okay. The other numbers all looked pretty similar. I was just curious why
Yeah.
those were offset. But yeah. Okay.
Mr. Ken Ulmer, Mr. Bruno, and this may just be wording wrong on the field inspections report, but it does say fiscal year 2025 year to date with performance for the same time during fiscal year 2024. So it would be
Oh,
comparing.
excuse me. It does say
I mean,
that,
that's what
Ken.
it
Okay.
says.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't. I just was,
Yeah, no.
because I was trying to wrap my head around that too. And
Yeah, okay.
so it kind of looks like it is a comparison, but there
It
again,
does, yeah.
tow truck inspections, we really don't do those anymore, right?
Correct. So you're associated with field inspections.
Okay.
We used to do these tow truck roundups many years ago, and they were scheduled. And because we didn't find that many violations, we decided, that it's, not feasible to conduct these inspections. But an inspector can do these tow company inspections, inspect tow trucks while inspecting VSFs. So they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say at our last inspection, they did inspect trucks too. But that was a VSF and they tied it all in. But I agree with you. I don't think that they were, I just don't think that they were effective. Most police agencies are going to do that themselves, and their requirements are dramatically different depending on the jurisdiction that you're in. So it just doesn't make sense for TDLR to do that. Anyway, those were my comments about that. I think they're good numbers.
Any further comments, board members? Okay, thank you so much for your report. We appreciate your time. We are going to move on to the compliance division, and I'd like to call on Morgan Dreyer with the Consumer Protection and Multi-Program Specialist. Morgan, the floor is yours, and welcome to the very first Towing and Storage Advisory Board meeting for you.
Hello, thank you, everybody. Good morning. I do want to thank the chair and the members for taking your guys' time out of your day. And I have loved the questions so far, and I'm excited for my own. My name is Morgan Dreyer. I am with the compliance department, like was said. I am the multi-program specialist. So if you own an APR as well, like you might also hear from me. And I have seen a lot of your guys' lovely faces already. And so I continue to get immersed. But anyways, I'll move forward with my report and I can talk about some more pieces later. For current projects, we have done the 4-year role review. The roles have been submitted and they are following the process that we have in place that was showed earlier by General Counsel. We are also doing a form creation. I am a big advocate for, I want things on the page. I want places where you can get information, have everybody get the same kind of streamlined information, not feel like anybody is getting information over another. So 2 of the forms that I'm currently working on are the VSF alternative location form. I think a lot of times that was kind of outlined differently by different people, and we want to make sure that there's kind of a streamlined process. And then also the drug consortium application, we want to provide that as well. That will both help our licensees and providers. And we also want to put some wordage on our website in regards to both those things, so people have some of that knowledge about how to move forward with that, and also kind of help people with understanding our drug consortium rules and needs. The next thing is we do have a bill implementation team that has been working on those establishing clear standards for the publication notice that was passed in the legislation. That was the HB 3928. And then the next thing that I've been working on is a website review. It has come to my attention by many of the public and also the people that I work closely with in the industry, that there's some stuff that you guys would like to see on the page, and stuff that you believe would be helpful to be cleared in more layman's terms and different terms. And so that is something that I've been slowly working on, is reviewing our website, since I know that that was the last person that probably really had a handle on that was Todd, and he has been gone from this position for about 1.5 years. And so I definitely want to make sure that we ramp up our website and make sure it's continuously improving and that we are listening to both the public and also our licensees on what they would like to see moving forward on our page. And then also we have our TOEFI study. We did have that go out for bid earlier this year. Unfortunately, there was nobody that took that the first time around, and so we did end up revisiting it and then reposting it to the public or out for bid again this month. And so now we are waiting on new responses that we are looking to vet. And then we are now developing training for the tow industry and the VSF industry. I'm looking at scheduling times probably every quarter for now, and then we'll see what goes forward to really address some of these things. I think it would be really helpful. I've come to talk with a lot of different tow people about what's needed, what's not. Even just hearing the conversations within this meeting and going forward, I know that the board of the associations definitely have a lot that they want to hear from us. I think if I'm able to do that, of even just get, our enforcement division, get some of that information for them of maybe stuff that you guys don't really get to hear about, and I'm still maybe the one to present it, just because I do have the bandwidth of being the liaison for this industry, or I'm able to get some things from field inspections and actually bring them to you guys for training. I definitely want to collaborate within our organization for TDLR and then also expand that out to the licensees to make sure there's times where we do give training out. And then I also sit there and we do discussions, questions. And I know that's something that Todd did, and I would like to revisit it in my own way, and also take feedback on how we see fit. So that is something that I'm working on. As far as outreach, I was able to attend the TTSA Association meeting and engage in some remarks. I was able to see some of you guys there and discuss things. And that was a great meeting for me to hear a lot of things from the industry and get feedback. I know that I've also heard from the other tow association as well a little bit, and hope to continue to make contact with those associations and move forward with the licensees. And then also, we think it's really important to make sure that we are conveying incident management tow information to the industry. There is a lot of different individuals that work in this industry, both new and getting hired out by people, employees, and not everybody understands the requirements. And we do think that that's really important for both the safety of the individuals, the license holders, and the public to understand and to be able to be trained properly. That is also with the CE requirements and everything that goes forward with that. And we want to make sure that everybody has that information. If they're an employee or again, if they own the business themselves. So that is another big thing for us. And then, like I said, I am the new compliance division liaison for tow and VSF matters. I did want to add in there that, like was said, compliance division does, of course, I've been giving out my little business cards like candy. So definitely people have my personal email, and I also tell people, like, give my card out like candy. Tell anybody you want about me. I'm totally cool with it. So yeah, we definitely get 10 to 20 emails and calls every day. And I do want to say that's not just from licensees, that's from the public, that's from police officers. I don't know, I might have received a text from Mary, I'm not sure. I did receive a text from a police officer earlier this month. I'm not exactly sure who it is, but we spanned everyone and we definitely want to work with everybody for compliance matters, whether that be the public or licensees themselves. So we hope to continue on that mission, and that is the end of my report, and I will take any questions.
Morgan, thank you for that report. It was robust and full, and you came in strong. We are excited to have you on and look forward to working with you for sure. This is all good.
Oh,
Board members, does anyone have questions or comments regarding the report?
Ken Ulmer, I'd just like to say, Morgan, you brought a breath of fresh air to the meeting, very, very upbeat, and you definitely have some large shoes to fill there of Todd Forster's, but I definitely think you're up for the task for sure. I'm glad to hear you going out to association meetings. I think that's really important, and I think you're doing an awesome job. You definitely are a breath of fresh air, so thanks.
Morgan Dryer with compliance. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is my biggest aim. And hopefully that's why I was hired. And hopefully you guys can see that for me. So I appreciate it.
Any other board members have comments or questions? I had some questions or some just comments as well on your report, Morgan. Can you tell us what the alternative location form is? Just so that all board members understand that some are not specifically in the industry, but they are serving on our board. If you could help walk them through, what is that form?
Yes. So it has not been made yet. It's never kind of been a thing. There is a rule in our Texas administrative code that basically outlines that a VSF is allowed to ask of us if they can store their records at a different location than the location that they're licensed at. Again, some of you guys are like corporate and have all these things. And so basically it's a request to ask upon TDLR to see if you are able to store those in a different location than the one that is that you are licensed at that physical location.
Okay, so this is an internal form to be able
This
to
will,
request that.
yeah, this will be a form that will be posted on our website that you like that the licensee can fill out and basically request like what your license number is, where it's at, and where you guys would want to store your records if you could. Or
Does that pardon me, does that also apply, or perhaps it does not apply, if some companies are more cloud-based and they're going more paperless? So they have multiple locations, but their documents are stored in the cloud.
so that would kind of be its own thing since it is just digital at that point, which is totally allowed. And you can access those from pretty much anywhere. So
Okay.
that would kind of be based on that. Yeah, these are more like those paper
records, hard
yeah,
copies.
yeah. Which
Understood.
some of us still love and will continue to
Yes.
do forever, right? So we don't want to like that, but for people that want them at a specific location and we want to give that also to them.
Great.
So Shoya Damick here, speaking of the paperless, so if we had an inspector show up at a VSF yard and they wanted to see records and they were paperless, is a VSF, do they have to print it and hand it to them still? Or are they able to show it digitally? Or how does that work?
Yeah, we discussed this with General Counsel. This is actually a question that we got recently, and I made sure to confirm it with General Counsel. But yeah, they do not have to print it. It is as long as it is that document, it is that original document, then it can be electronic, and that is perfectly fine.
Yeah, Michael Bostic, AGC here. If you want to go look at the regulation itself, you can look at 16 Texas Administrative Code, section 85.706, if you want to go check it out.
Thank you,
Thank
Michael.
you, Michael.
Okay, board
Gary
members.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Gary Hoffman, I got one more quick question on the BIT team collaboration. Can you provide a status of where they're at, or is that something we're going to talk about later in discussion as far as being able to do something with these publication notices?
Yeah, I would ask that we hold on that, please, until we get to that agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions related to the report? Seeing no further questions. Thank you, Morgan. We appreciate your report. I look forward to working with you in between our next advisory board meeting, but also seeing you at the next advisory board meeting.
Yes, thank you so much.
Next, we'll move to the personnel updates and call on Deputy Executive Director Steve Bruno.
Thank you, Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director. Before I begin, I'd like to ask Chris Russey, our Director of Field Inspections, to jump in. He would like to talk a little bit about the discussion we were having regarding VSF and tow inspections in FY24 and 25. Chris, thanks a lot for listening in and jumping in. Can I ask you to share your thoughts and help clarify the mistakes that I made, please? Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you, Steve. My name is Chris Russey. I'm the director of the Field Inspections Division. I did want to clarify something on the staff report. So it is fiscal years 24 and 25 in its entirety. So this is full fiscal years worth of data.
Chris, are you able to turn up your volume just a touch? Excuse me.
Let me. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's great.
All right, perfect. Sorry about that. Again, Chris Russey, the director of the Field Inspections Division at TDLR. I had heard some questions about the data presented earlier, and these are both full fiscal years data in its entirety. So it's full fiscal year 24 and full fiscal year 25. Now, there was a question about the fourth quarter and the drop in those inspections. That is because a couple of sessions ago, TDLR went through the sunset review. And much like the enforcement division switched over to complaint prioritization, we switched over to risk-based inspections. So what this means is that at the beginning of that fiscal year, we're going to go conduct inspections at businesses across the board, whether it be any of the 8 programs we conduct inspections for. And that's going to be those that had previous direct-to-enforcement violations. Those are the more egregious violations. Then those that had previous disciplinary action in that previous fiscal year, and others that have had more egregious violations. For those that do not have that, then we won't go and inspect them. We take it under consideration such as they've never been inspected before, those that have never been inspected in 5 years. So the overall gist of it is that we are no longer on a periodic inspection cycle when it comes to this program. It is strictly risk-based inspections.
Thanks, Chris.
Absolutely, but I'm happy to answer any other questions y'all may have.
Ken Ulmer, I wasn't aware that we had switched to risk-based. I'm glad to hear it, but I wasn't aware of that. Was that put out, or did we just miss it in some of the things that we receive?
It was part of us implementing the Sunset Commission's recommendations. I'm sure it could have been out, but again, we've had it's been a couple of years since then, and meetings are somewhat sporadic. So, but yes, that was fully implemented a couple of years ago.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you jumping in. I'll go ahead with my updates. I'd like to first share some personnel updates. One of the divisions that you all interact with for continuing education, et cetera, is our Education and Examination Division. And recently, Michael Ford Strawn, who was in our Compliance Division, has become the Director of Education and Examination. Some other notable positions that have been filled, I believe, since your last meeting, we have our Director of our Office of Strategic Communication, Caroline Espinoza, and we have our Administration Director, Rose Wheeler Demerson, who have also recently been hired. I'd like to also give you an update on our project called TDLR Core. TDLR Core is a multi-year effort where we will be updating and modernizing and improving our licensing system. We are working toward a very secure and user-friendly system that meets the needs of the industry today and also of our own users today. As you all are aware, we have some older systems. You know that when your program came over from TxDOT, we basically brought the tool system over. So There will be some updates and modernization as we go through. Your program is scheduled for a little bit later on. Right now, what's going on is requirements gathering and testing for those functionalities that are common across all licensing programs, and then specific programs are going to be added in. So you'll continue to receive updates on that as that project progresses along. I do know that there's an important update that's coming up that I'll talk more about in an agenda item, but I do want to wait till we get there regarding some efforts that we are going to be taking based on feedback regarding unlicensed activity. But again, I don't want to jump ahead to that item. I will save that one for when we get to it. And those are the major updates I wanted to share with you. Do keep an ear out. We will, as we move to the end of this year and beginning of next year, we will be rolling out information about our strategic planning process, which I know your industry is very involved in, and we look forward to that as well. And that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments that you all have.
Thank you, Steve, for your report. Board members, any comments or questions?
Gary Hoffman, I don't know if this is the time and the agenda to kind of say anything. And I understand the sunset process and understand shortfalls, personnel wise and stuff like that. But what's the good answer for why it took 21 months for us to have another board meeting? And we established work groups that were never called upon. We have 3 work groups set aside from 21 months ago that were never talked about, touched on, and they're not on this agenda for this meeting to even discuss. So those kind of things, I mean, is there, what kind of answers do you guys have for that? Because
Elizabeth Salinas, Assistant General Counsel. One of the reasons was under former leadership, we were given direction, or I specifically was given direction from the then chief of staff, that unless there were actually rules that were being discussed, that we were to hold off on having meetings until rules were live and on deck, ready to be put in front of you. I was also out for a significant part of last spring. It actually wasn't 21 months. I believe we last met in April of 2024. I can't remember what date Tasha had given earlier, but I was out for a significant part of last spring and last summer. And so the program couldn't move because I was the only Assistant General Counsel on the program. At the time, our former second on the program, Mark Gladney, had retired. So we were just kind of in a holding pattern on this program. We definitely recognize that you want to meet earlier or more often, more frequently. We have also been very short-staffed in the Office of the General Counsel. We have recently become almost fully staffed. And with Michael being brought on board, I'm sure you will begin to see more regular or more frequent meetings. He and I have also talked about the work groups that are designated and have been created. I think a couple of those work groups, we might actually need to add some additional members. I'm not quite sure. I think Tasha is nodding her head. We have to make some changes to those work groups before we can even call them for a meeting. I have notified Michael that there are specific rules that I think need to be done in a rulemaking in this program that he's going to begin looking at. He's very capable and very smart, and I know he will come up to speed on this program pretty quickly, so that he will begin to understand the issues that are currently facing the industry. But honestly, the directive I had gotten was, unless there were live rules, not to have a meeting. That leadership is no longer here. And the current leadership has said that they want the boards to meet at least once a year. So that will no longer be an issue within the industry. And of course, we will call meetings. Michael will call a meeting if there is an issue that needs to be discussed, or there is a request from the chair to have a meeting on a particular issue. And of course, we have to clear that through our powers that be. So I don't want to put Michael on the spot and say that every time somebody asks for a meeting, there will be a meeting. But certainly your input is very important. And now that we have received that directive from our bosses that there will be a meeting for every industry at least once a year, you will at least have once a year. And I predict you'll have more than that.
No disrespect meant to you, but to me, that sounds like because you were out on personal leave that we just basically couldn't do anything or make anything happen. And rules can't be put in place if we're not doing something to establish these rules. Like the electric vehicle deal is a huge problem in our industry. And we set aside an electric vehicle work group, and there's electric vehicles aren't even mentioned on here. So
Right, and you're correct. The last meeting that we
Elizabeth,
had,
do you mind if I
24
jump in? Elizabeth, do you mind if I jump in? Gary, thank you. Again, Courtney Arbor, Executive Director. Chairman Figueroa has asked, there was a recognition, there had been a lot of turnover at the top of the agency for the last several years, different ways of thinking about the advisory boards. I will tell you that regardless of staff vacancy or whatever the extenuating circumstances are, we'll make sure to meet at least annually. And if there is a rule set that needs more attention than that, we will meet more often. We're really looking at the agency structure to see how we can be more nimble and that things don't come to a halt. And as Elizabeth, thank you, Elizabeth, pointed out, there was just a different way of talking about advisory boards in past administrations. If there was no rule set, there wouldn't be a meeting. That has changed. And I don't anticipate that we'll go back to a different way of thinking anytime soon. So you have my word, and also Chairman Figueroa has made very clear he wants to meet with the chairs of each advisory board in a group setting virtually once a year, and that every board will meet. So whatever frustrates you about what didn't happen in the past, I believe you're going to find that you're going to see a change of wind when it comes to making sure that the advisory boards have opportunity to meet one or more times per year.
Well, I'm
Thank you,
hopeful, and
Courtney.
I don't really have the time to do it either, just like most of you. We're all busy, but it needs to be
Yeah.
done. And I'm hopeful that that's correct. But with this storage rate increase issue that we talked about back in August, and now we're having this issue now, I'm hoping that it gets resolved sooner than later. But
Right,
that's
and we're going to hold on that, please, until we get to that section of the agenda. But I did want to circle back really quickly to your mention about the EV vehicles. I did actually do a presentation at the last meeting, and we discussed that EV vehicles are outside of our sort of jurisdiction, and the guidance that I provided was the main issue that you all were discussing was safety and how to safely store these vehicles. And what I had said at that meeting was, that's an issue really that you need to take up with the cities and the counties and the first responders, because that's not a TDLR issue per se. There can't be a rule related to that because we don't have any oversight in this industry for that. But that's not to minimize the concerns about safety related to EV vehicles and how to properly tow and how to properly store them. But as I said in that last meeting, our recommendation, or my recommendation, would be that you get with your associations, and that your associations get with the first responders, the cities and the counties, to really have a healthy discussion about how you can address this on the local level, because this is kind of a hyper local issue in relation to the safety involved of taking those things off the roadway, particularly when you're involved in an incident managed tow, which is initiated by local law enforcement.
Well, I'm the president of one of the associations, and we do that regularly. But so what I'm hearing you is, if it's not under TDLR jurisdiction, then you don't have any regulation over the storage rates that we charge for that.
Right. So unless something is in statute mandating that we are responsible for a thing, then we cannot say it's under our jurisdiction. So that is something. However, that being said, the locals cannot make a regulation that exceeds something that TDLR has mandated in its statute. So if there are fees that exceed our maximum, then those fees cannot exceed the maximum.
But the electric vehicles don't fall under that.
Hey, Doug Jennings, General Counsel. Thank y'all. You know, I think we're getting a little far from the agenda, but I will tell you, I will tell you that I'm happy to have this discussion with Michael and Elizabeth, and kind of get their opinion and explore what our authority is in this, so we can, you know, so we can try to meet your concerns where we can. So we'll kind of retire and have those discussions.
That's why it was brought up in March of last year, and now we're waiting 18 more months. And I have people calling and emailing us daily about it, but I'm telling them I'm the president of the association. I sit on the advisory board, but I can't give you any answers because I don't have any answers. So it doesn't look good on my behalf.
Understood. Thank you.
And Tasha Mora, what I will, I'd like to add that the work group, so the work groups that we're standing, I heard Elizabeth, I heard you speak to that. We had several work groups that were standing. Sounds like we need to fill some vacancies. But also some of those work groups, I believed, tied into the 4-year rule review, because there was a VSF work group and there was supposed to be a TOW work group on the rules. And so is that something that's going to be picked back up since we're in that 4-year rule review? And so I just want to touch on that, not to deep dive, but I think I heard earlier with another report that there is a 4-year rule
So
review.
there's not actively a 4-year rule review. We completed phase 1 of the 4-year rule review, which was to readopt the rules as they currently exist. Phase 2 is then to review the rules and to decide which rules we do need to move forward on. There's a lot of change. I want to bounce off of Courtney. There's a lot of change to now how we do the rule review. So in the past, when your rule review occurred, there was a phase 1 and the phase 2. And the phase 2 in all programs kind of got stretched out. And you may or may not have seen any immediate rules in response to the feedback given during the 4-year rule review. That has now changed. Our process has changed significantly. So now there's no longer a phase 1 and phase 2. There's the 4-year rule review. And then once that is completed and the division memos that the general counsels are responsible for is completed, then the general counsels will get with their management to decide what rule packages to carry forward. So there won't be sort of this discretionary period of when to begin phase 2. If phase 2 needs to begin, it's no longer even phase 2. It's just part of the entire way that we are doing rules now in response to the 4-year rule reviews, because it has changed. So Michael, I don't know if I've sent him all of the memos, but I certainly will send him all the memos that we have in relation to this. And he will really be the one to get with Doug and also our Deputy General Counsel about what rule packages to move forward. That also will be something that I know Michael will be talking to, probably you, Tasha, to just kind of get an overview of what the main significant issues are and were in the rule review, and then move forward. And then, of course, I'm still here. I'm just no longer on the program. So I'm here to help Michael or to guide Michael. We always have division directors that are coming to us and saying, hey, this is an issue. What do you think? And so there's constant feedback going on. And Michael will now be the one who sort of carries the water on that.
Thank you. And would the work group still be part of the process, whether it's phase 1 entirety or phase 1 and 2, or the work group still part of this process?
Okay, so what happened in phase 1 obviously was we published for comment, and there are public comments that we have collected with regard to the rules, right? And what rules people thought needed to be either implemented or repealed or amended. Those will still be within the pool of things. Michael, as the GC, will decide with regards to the groups, how he wants to run the groups, when he thinks they should meet. And obviously he will do that in concert with you, Tasha, since you are the chair. So you will have the ability to have some feedback in that. Those groups are definitely combined to gather information so that the GC can then go write drafts of the rule. And eventually those drafts will be presented to the full board. Because as you know, based on Michael's training this morning, there's a whole thing that happens in rulemaking, and it's a very lengthy process. But he's going to take over that, and he will get working on that, I'm sure, as soon as he can.
Fantastic. Okay. I think that the EV conversation that was had and touched on, that's something that we're going to need to make sure. I don't know how the method of how we get to the end result, but if there's someone who does take up the TOFI study And those studies, for example, that's included the factoring of those expenses, which is newer within recent years to our industry.
So with regards to the TOEFI study, I thought that compliance was going to touch on this. I didn't hear them, so forgive me if I'm repeating what Morgan said. But with regards to the TOEFI study, we did send that out for bid and we received 0 responses. We are now sending it back out to try to find a vendor who will conduct the TOEFI study. But we have not had luck in doing that, and that is why you still have not seen a TOEFI study.
What is the deadline for responses for that?
I don't know that. That would be something that Morgan could look into and let you know, Tasha.
Okay, that's going to be helpful, especially for next agenda items.
Okay.
Elizabeth, this is Charlie Rash. Is
Yes.
the work group, do we need to put that on next our next meeting's agenda to discuss it again, to try to clear all that up, or?
Well, I think Michael can probably go back and look and see if the makeup of the work group, if there are changes. I think there are. I'm not quite sure. And then, no, he can call a work group meeting outside of a meeting. But remember, you have to be careful of the walking quorum and all that stuff. But Michael is, any GC is able to call a work group meeting outside of a noticed meeting.
Okay.
And as I said, that's up to the discretion of the GC handling the program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ken Ulmer, if I could just kind of throw my comments in there because we were at that point. I completely understand Gary's frustration. As just the past chair of one of the associations, a lot of people continue to say to us, the advisory board is no good. It doesn't do any good. You don't have any effect. You have no, you don't even have meetings. And those things are, I see Gary's frustration. I really do. One of my frustrations was at the last advisory board meeting, I asked for electronic parking permits to be on the next agenda. And that wasn't included. I don't understand why. I don't really know why. Maybe it just got missed. But I do think that's something that's going to come up. Charlie also asked for the EV thing. And I think the EV thing got confused because it went to a work group. But that's kind of, I have those same frustrations that Gary has. I appreciate the job that you guys are doing, but you got to understand from an industry standpoint, we're kind of, we're the sounding board for the industry because they look at us and go, you're on the advisory board. Why are you not doing more? Well, we're trying, we're doing everything that we can. So I really do feel Gary's frustration there. And I just wanted that out there on the table.
Absolutely. And we appreciate all of that feedback. We use that to provide better customer service for all of our licensees and for our advisory board. So we do appreciate you letting us know that frustration. I can certainly understand that frustration. And I think with the new regime of leadership that Courtney spoke about, you're going to be seeing a lot of changes to how TDLR does things in relation to the boards. And also, as I have said for the last 9 years, your associations are crucial in opening communication and keeping communication with your reps, the people who actually have the power over the legislation. We are the licensing and regulatory agency, but the legislature also plays a big role in every industry that we regulate. So we continue to encourage your open communication with your state reps and legislators who work on the TOVSF programs historically during session.
I'd also like to share an idea specifically. This is Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director, for Mr. Ulmer and Mr. Hoffman and really everyone. We, in this virtual age, we just had a meeting on Monday with another one of our regulated industries. If there's some opportunities, I mean, I know Morgan has been out to some of the meetings, but if there's some opportunities for some video type meetings where some association members can get together and we can come and talk, a brown bag chat or maybe some specific questions ahead of time. We really do love to do stuff like that. And I think that could possibly help bridge that gap that you all are sharing with us between yourself and the industry. Bring us in there as well. And let's try to have some free, virtual meetings and more discussions outside of just the advisory board meetings is something to consider.
Steve, Tasha Mora, I really appreciate that invitation. I will say that we're also walking a delicate line because there's so many of us advisory board members who are
And
part of those same. So it's sensitive and difficult at the same time because we do want to have these discussions, but you're going to get many of these same board members that are going to be part of those gatherings, Zoom calls, what it may be, and we don't want to violate and have a walking quorum, for
Sure.
example. So some guidance on that would
We'll
be
definitely
appreciated.
coordinate with our Office of General Counsel before
Yeah.
anything like that is. But I do think that there are ways to both accomplish that and avoid any concerns of anything like that.
Yeah, and if I may, one thing, Michael, you might want to consider is perhaps it's time for a summit. We do summits with other industries. I don't recall, and I may be wrong, I don't recall that we've had a recent TOVSF summit where the industry hops on and we can have a discussion and everybody can have the ability to say, these are the issues we need for you to look at, and have some discussions about that without breaking our mandated requirements under the law.
Michael Bostic, AGC. Thank you. And it's definitely something to consider. Everyone's presented really great ideas here. I do just want to check in because I do believe we're still on Director Bruno's agenda item. So if we could maybe move this along to more appropriate agenda items, maybe item J.
Sure.
Yes.
I want to discuss things for a
I'm
future
done with
agenda.
my report. Yeah, thank you.
Or if we
Yes.
could, we could move on to G and then just address it in turn.
Understood. I will just point out before we move to G, this is an example of there's a struggle to know where to voice the information, and we're trying, and any response that we could get as an industry, but also advisory board would be helpful. With that, we're wrapping up the agency update. Thank you, Steve, for your update and for also helping us with the
Thank you.
dialogue that we had. And so G, discussion regarding the TDLR efforts to combat unlicensed actors in the tow and VSF industry. I'm going to call on Assistant General Counsel Elizabeth Salinas Strittmatter for this agenda item.
Thank you, Tasha. Elizabeth Salinas Strittmatter, Assistant General Counsel. So we have been talking internally across the board about the problem of unlicensed actors in particular industries. And TOVSF is one of those that we're looking at in terms of, we are aware that this is a problem and that there are some, I think you guys have a specific name for it, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's these sort of unlicensed people that work in the shadows. They advertise, they do different things, and they put themselves in the industry. So Courtney had put together a work group, which I'm on, and so is Michael, about gathering ideas for how TDLR can better address of unlicensed actors across the board. However, Courtney wanted us to first focus on TOVSF. So we have had some internal discussions, but we thought that it would be a good idea to hear if possibly you all as board members have some ideas of possibly ways that we could, or suggestions that we could begin to chip away at this problem that we know is out there with the phantom tow trucks and phantom VSFs operating illegally. So with that, I will turn that over to you, Tasha, to sort of lead that discussion. And we are interested in hearing any and all ideas that you may have on how we begin to address that in your industry.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. And I'll start by offering some clarifying language. And so that rather than using the word illegal, because what we're specifying is unlicensed operations. And obviously that is illegal. So the industry, the licensees are seeing that there is a high volume of unlicensed towing and storage operations. And this obviously is a safety issue, but also undermines the idea of licensing as required in Texas. And there's a lot of companies that are obtaining licenses, maintain their licenses, and are trying to operate within the requirements. And what we have also seen is, as far as complaints and then enforcement of those complaints, or investigation and enforcement of the complaints, it seems that the TDLR, the department, has some measures for licensees. However, the licensees are now, the industry is asking for support on the unlicensed activity that's going on. So with that, I'll open the floor to our board members, and so we can answer the ask on ideas and ways that the department can help the licensed industry address the unlicensed activity that's happening in the towing and VSF world.
Ken Ulmer, if I could chime in, and there again, I mean, let me precursor what I'm going to say with the fact that I really appreciate TDLR and all the effort that you guys put in, but this unlicensed tow truck activity is fully 100% TDLR's doing. TDLR has put the message out there, including through the advisory board, that we have to allow vehicles to be picked up at the VSF. Even if the truck is unlicensed, that's not our job to determine that. And I will tell you, in the last year and a half, probably, I would say the increase in tow trucks picking up vehicles at my storage facility that are unlicensed has increased by 300, 400%. Just yesterday, the auction process took place here. There were, every tow truck that picked up vehicles here was unlicensed. Every single one of them. None of them had TDLR. Some of them didn't even have tow truck tags on their trucks. But it was made very clear to us as VSFs that we could not hinder or affect that at all. And we just stopped making complaints about it. I mean, that we were told, well, I mean, we can't do anything about it. I mean, just let them go. We don't even ask them for their insurance anymore. We just let them pick up cars. And it is a problem. And I think that it's growing every single day. And most of these guys will tell you, TDLR who? I don't even know what you're talking about. They don't even have signs on their trucks. They don't have state, I mean, nothing. And I truly believe, there again, I'm not criticizing. I know it sounds like I am, but that directly came from TDLR for us to do that. And we did. And it was made very clear to us that we don't do anything about that. Now, the VSF side, I haven't seen any VSFs operating unlicensed, but there again, I don't want you to feel like I'm harping on it, but this is directly from TDLR, from our standpoint. I literally told my people, let them pick it up. I don't want a complaint. Let them pick it up.
Right. And again, to clarify, this was discussed during a past board meeting. We are up against federal law. Federal law trumps state law. If a tow truck is towing across interstate lines and they are required to register with the feds, there is a part of the law that says no state can impose any additional regulatory or fines or fees on tow trucks that have the federal designation. So what that means is that we cannot require those tow trucks that have the federal DOT registration to be licensed in Texas. That is the federal law. So what we have said is that is the federal law. And, you know, we have provided guidance that has said if a person comes in and they meet the 3 factors under the rule for release, it has to be released. So I just want to clarify that it's not that they are unlicensed. They are actually registered under the federal law, but the federal law says a state cannot then impose additional licensure onto them. But I understand what you're saying, and I understand your frustration with that. But that is a federal law that we can't get around.
Elizabeth, if I may, Ken Ulmer, add to that. I specifically remember that meeting very closely, and you're right. I mean, I get the DOT thing, but we were told straight up forward, you can't even ask them if they're DOT. That meeting, and it was an advisory board meeting, and we were told you can't even ask them their DOT. So if we can't ask them if they're DOT, and all they have to have is a DOT number on their trucks, theoretically, they really, a lot of them don't even have that. I have DOT, but if we can't ask that question, then we aren't, number one, how could we know if they're DOT? There's no place for us to research it. Number two, we're not going to get ourselves in a complaint issue with TDLR. And once these towing companies figure that out, they are truly operating underneath the law. Once they figured that out, they just said, hey, you can't even ask me that. Literally, we get told that every day. And so we don't. But I agree with you, but we were told that was our question. Okay, how do we determine if they're DOT? You can't ask them. So
I don't recall anyone from TDLR saying you couldn't ask. What I recall us saying was, if they have the three things, you have to release. Now, could you ask them if they have a DOT registration? I don't think there's anything stopping you from asking that question. But we come back to the rules on release. So if the three criteria have been met for release, then a release must occur. But we will take that back to the work group that's talking about unlicensed activity, and we will definitely have further discussions about that and do a little bit more research on that.
right,
Tasha
because the
Mora.
three criteria, I'm sorry, Tasha, I didn't want to talk over you, but the three criteria don't involve whether it's a licensed tow truck or not. Right?
The
So
three
we can't,
criteria are state or federal issued ID, payment of the fees, right? And then an instrument of release as it is given. I think we have G. We have A through G. So
right.
one of those things has to happen in order for a release to occur.
And
Yes.
none of
So
those
if
things are related to a tow truck though. So if we then tell them, oh, you're not DOT licensed, I mean, I know you're not, then we have, where are we as a VSF? We're going to get a complaint. And that's exactly the reason that all these VSFs, including us, have said it's hands off. If they come here to pick up a car, we let them pick up a car, period.
So I definitely think that's something for sure for the work group, Courtney and Michael, for us to talk about. Because I do think that there might be some room for us to ask for either proof of the DOT registration or proof of state licensure. Now, what kind of rule that would draw down, I'm not quite sure, but I think there might be some room for some additional guidance from TDLR on that issue of, well, if they don't present their Texas license and they won't tell us whether they're DOT registered, how do we proceed if the three instruments of release are already given? I hope that makes sense. So we may need to go back and look at the release rule and see if there's something within the release rule that we can add or clarify that would assist you on that end.
Doug Jennings, General Counsel. Thank you for the question and for the response, Elizabeth. I think we're getting pretty deep into the weeds on this particular issue. So I'd just like to, I think this is a question that we certainly can take to our unlicensed activity work group and continue to explore further, as Elizabeth said. But if we could redirect and get back to the item G is really, what are the board members' ideas and recommendations about how to combat unlicensed activity? I think we've gotten enough on this one that we know we need to look into it further and report back to the board. And so if we could move on, I would appreciate it. And that's not to discount the concerns. It's just we're getting pretty granular about one particular issue that's not necessarily related to the agenda item.
Yes, Doug, thank you for that. Tasha Mora, I'm going to rein us in a little bit and just remind that I believe, if I'm understanding this right, the current ask during this part of the agenda is, what does the board, what recommendations does the board have to provide to the department? We are going to refrain from getting into the how-to and the weeds of how to execute it, rather just what are some of the ideas that we believe that we could provide to the board, to the department to help. And I'm trusting, of course, that this information is being collected and that way it can be used in the work group. So as we do give some suggestions, I'll just remind everyone, if we can refrain from getting into the weeds or explaining further about what's happened in the past. Let's just talk about some of the ideas, and then we'll allow the work group to dive in. With that, I have a couple of questions that might help the board, especially those in law enforcement that represent the law enforcement with this. My questions to the the department is, one, for unlicensees or those operating without licenses, is there any enforcement that currently TDLR can take on an unlicensed operator? And
Yes.
okay. And so the next part of that would be who else could help out in the communities. And so in my mind, I think some of the approaches that would be helpful is if the department could help, perhaps compliance or so, with training on to local law enforcement agencies who may or may not even recognize that there is some unlicensed activity happening in their jurisdiction. And so what does unlicensed activity look like? And it may look like a regular pickup truck with some dollies on it, or it may look like a tow truck who has its markings, but it's not licensed. And so what can the local law enforcement do in their areas to enforce this? So obviously, they want to make sure that the areas are safe. Safety is primary. But secondly, when these unlicensed operators if there's any enforcement and they get pulled over and local LEA sees that they're not licensed, what happens then? Well, the vehicle that they're using gets impounded. There's revenue that's generated for that local municipality. And it's another level of help to those that are in your community who are licensed. So my ask is perhaps some training to local LEAs on what is licensed and unlicensed activity looks like, what are the requirements, and what can they do to help. And also some training for licensed companies who do see the unlicensed activity of what can we do to help expedite the process, that we provide a complaint, submit a complaint. What exactly will help the process go faster so that way the department can follow up and move quicker on these complaints? Because with full transparency, we see the illegal activity all the time and the unlicensed operations all the time, but we are so busy being owners and operators that if the process is laborious, then it's harder, or we don't have a response. It's harder to maintain that momentum to see the department is following up on the unlicensed activity. Those are my 2 points. I will now open the floor again for any other board members who have some suggestions.
Tasha, it's Charlie Rash. I think the only way we're going to be able to do anything with unlicensed records is have some kind of program that TDLR puts on with local law enforcement and get them to stop records, write them tickets for no insurance, which they don't have. That's the reason they don't have TDLRs. The insurance is too expensive. No tow lights. The trucks are all junk. I mean, you could go to any local auction any day of the week, just like Ken said. Either our auction, and every record that pulls out of there, 90% of them don't have TDLR. And you don't even have to stop them to see it because they have regular tow truck plates or paper tags from the past when paper tags were good in Texas. I mean, my biggest fear with unlicensed people is insurance, because I see people on the freeway hauling cars because they're all buy cars on the side without a license also. And they've got a sling truck from 1979 and they're headed down the freeway with an all-wheel drive that's hooked up that shouldn't even be towed that way. And when they cause a collision and kill somebody, they're going to have, if anything, minimum liability. They're not going to have the insurance that we're required to have. But I think, like I said, the only way that TDLR, since TDLR agents cannot stop them, is to have a program like an overtime program, or get truck enforcement in Houston or other cities. Everybody has truck enforcement now, and put these truck enforcement guys on this job to say, look for these unlicensed tow truck drivers and stroke them tickets just like you do heavy duties. That's the only way it's going to happen.
As you're talking, Charlie, I think one of the things that we as a work group can think about is these auctions and our presence at these auctions. Maybe there's a reason for us to be present at some of the auctions. So that's something we can definitely take back to the board.
But
the work group.
TDLR can't stop a tow truck, can they? I mean, can they stop one in a parking lot and ask for an inspection on a tow truck? I thought they couldn't do that.
We no longer do the roundups. We do inspections. If
But
you're
can you,
asking if we could on the spot stop somebody, no, it's got to go through the regular enforcement process.
yeah, so that's why we need law enforcement, because
Mm.
if y'all can't stop them, law enforcement can
Mhm.
stop them and start the whole process and
I see
turn
what
them
you're
in, you
saying.
guys. I mean, because
Okay.
they're not going to stop on their own in the parking lot. And, oh yeah, you got me. They're never going to do that. You have to have somebody make them. I mean, they're unlicensed, so they're pretty much outlaws or people that just don't understand the rules. But again, with the insurance, I mean, it's scary the fact that they do stuff because they have no training or anything like that. So that's the
Definitely
biggest.
hear that.
Thank
And
you.
Tasha, that ties back to your comment about more involvement with local law enforcement.
Correct. Thank you. And so putting this on the shelf for the work group to talk about is the value for local law enforcement to enforce this. Why would they want to enforce this? Also providing the training, what to look for, and how they can execute this. Gary, I see that your hand is raised.
Yes, Gary Hoffman, just to add to that, I agree with everything they're saying. And us turning in complaints helps, but the response, none of us have time to do that. I did have one that was a long story, crazy deal, but I did turn in a complaint on one of these that like Charlie's talking about. And my response back was insufficient evidence, even though I had video and picture and everything else of it. One place to look for to find the stuff is Facebook or any other social media. These guys are in every area on Facebook Marketplace or whatever else you want to get on, offering these tows. So doing stings in areas, coinciding with law enforcement, because even if you can't do it, but you can call for a dummy call if they say, hey, $30 tow, hey, come pick me up over here. And then you have law enforcement sitting around the corner or whatever, just like a prostitution sting or something, to kind of start curbing some of it somewhere. Something has to be done, but that's just another thought out there.
Thank you, Gary. Charles, is your hand up again, or was that from the previous ask?
No, that was the previous ask.
Okay, thank you. Shay, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I completely agree with what all you all are saying. Again, yes, the training, providing diagrams, anything that we can do for our local law enforcement. Yes, I can pick up the phone and give the ideas all day long. However, if we had TDLR contacts that could reach out and provide that education to them, I don't know who could place a cease and desist order, perhaps sting operations, all those different things. I completely think would be a good idea.
Thank you, Shay. I'll also add, Tasha Mora, I'll also add, these are big asks, but the question is not what's doable, it's give me the ideas, right? And
That's
so
right. We want to hear any and all ideas, no matter how big it is, how big you might think it is, because we may be able to boil it down to something that's smaller and doable.
Right.
Charlie Rush again. One thing I see a lot now that the insurance has got so high is people driving. They had a license after their insurance is expired. Y'all send us a letter that says your insurance is gonna expire, but after the insurance is expired, I never seen a letter that said cease and desist all operations, because these people continue to tow cars and their insurance has been expired for months, and it's gonna, the way it is now in the towing business, this is what's going to happen. A lot of people are going to go out of business, and they're going to keep on operating unlicensed because they don't have a choice. But I think if you guys had, you can see this, their license has been revoked or suspended or whatever, and send them a letter and say, don't tow or you're going to face consequences. I mean, that's one way to start with the people that are doing it.
thank you, Charles. I'm going to add, this would be a collaborative effort or reach outside of TDLR. What we see as an industry is that perhaps the insurance companies I don't know how well they're educated on licensing and incident management licensing and proper licensing of companies before they contract with a company. Because we do see that some of the companies that come to pick up vehicles at auctions and such are also the unlicensed operators as well. So perhaps some training, whether it's received or not, but we have to at least have that effort to provide that training and that knowledge to the insurance industry and companies that are hiring tow trucks to come pick up their assets and their purchases from our auction lots as well. I'm going to open it up to about another minute of feedback and ideas, because obviously we're going to talk about work groups, and we'll be looking at filling those spaces. So any other ideas? Well, the floor is open on this agenda item.
I'd like to throw out one quick thing is, the things that I'm really trying to listen to are, we've got two big issues. We've got trucks that are out there riding around mobile and maybe hard or more difficult, but also I heard one important thing from Mr. Ulmer, which is we could possibly look at setting at auctions.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an auction, there's going to
Yes.
be possibly a high chance of illegal activity. The other one I heard was an unlicensed VSF. That is something that I'd like to hear more about. Maybe not today, but if there's certain locations, just with the notion that at a location might be a little bit easier to look at and survey and stuff than a truck driving around the city. So if there's locations, I'd ask you all to either reach out to me directly. It's steve.bruno@tdlr.texas.gov. And let's keep this part of our discussions and see what ideas we can come up with.
Ken took his mute off, so I think he wants to say something. Ken?
I just wanted to throw in one quick comment. I mean, the VSF, I agree with Charlie. Enforcement through police is absolutely one way that this is going to get handled. But if VSFs have the ability to tell these guys, hey, if you're not licensed, you can't pick up this car, that's going to solve a huge part of this problem, because the salvage pool guys are at the VSF picking up the car. So we stop it at that source, and then those guys are going to go get licensed. I mean, we know this for a fact because originally they were all licensed, every single one of them. And when we stopped asking, they said, oh, we don't need to do that anymore, so we can save a lot of money. We don't need any training. We don't need any insurance, or not, at least in the levels that we had. And I'm just going to tell you, no question about it. The associations told everybody we were trying to avoid people getting violations or NOVs. And we told them, don't enforce the tow truck thing. And that was across the board. So the VSF part is a key integral part of making this work. Absolutely. Law enforcement is key when you're not at a VSF, but if you stop them from picking up cars at the VSF, that's where they're getting a lot of their income. There and social media, a big part of it.
We did not know that, so that's a great thing for you to have said. Thank you, Ken.
Yep.
Gary Hoffman, quickly, Mr. Bruno, I'm not aware of a whole lot or very many, if any, illegal VSFs, as Ken mentioned earlier. But one area that's still abused in our area, I don't know if it's as bad in Houston, but in the smaller towns, the body shops that also have tow trucks will not charge. They have a licensed VSF, but they will charge a body shop storage because they're not regulated by you. So they're not charging the $22.85. They're charging $40 a day, $50 a day, $75 a day, whatever they want to charge. So that's one of the VSF hangups that I see.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's the same in Houston. All the body shops are the unlicensed VSFs. That's the ones that are taking cars. They take cars from police scenes and turn them into owner's requests, which we know is against the law, but that's what's going on.
All right. With that, we're going to wrap up this discussion item on the agenda, and we're going to move to agenda item H. And bear with me while I scoot my screen over. So this is the discussion regarding the impound fee adjustment pursuant to Texas Occupations Code Section 2303.1552 the biannual adjustment of certain fees. I'm going to call on General Counsel Doug Jennings to lead this discussion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Mora, and thank you, board members. Before we dive in real quick, I wanted to take a point of privilege and thank Elizabeth Salinas Strittmatter for her 9 years of service on this program, providing great legal guidance. And you know, we thought very carefully in selecting the attorney for this program, because we wanted to make sure that that person has plenty of bandwidth to address your concerns and work with the board, and just really continue to follow Elizabeth's example and help this program mature and address your concerns. And you'll be getting a great attorney in Michael Bostic as well. Wanted to say, for some of you who don't know, we had a meeting of our commission, the Texas Commission of Licensing and Regulation. That's our governing commission. They met yesterday, and we had several comments regarding this item. Presiding Officer Mora and several others attended. So we wanted to say, on behalf of our agency and our commission, thank you. You know, hearing from you in advisory board meetings and in commission meetings, those are the primary ways that we learn about how you feel about issues and what your concerns are. And we are listening. I do assure you that. Going into the agenda item itself, I want to let you know that you know, at this time the Texas Commission of Licensing and Regulation, again our governing commission, has chosen not to adopt an increase to the vehicle impoundment storage fees. Under section 2303.1552 of the Occupations Code, the commission may adjust this fee based on changes to the Consumer Price Index, but is not required by law to do so. At TDLR, you have seen that we continue to grow and expand our regulatory scope and take on programs. So we're working through a range of very complex operational and regulatory responsibilities. And as part of that, we're continuing to examine discretionary fee increases within a broader policy context. So what I mean by that is we want to look at the impact of these discretionary fees on all of our programs. And we have to look at that in an integrated way, and so does the commission. We, the agency and the commission, of course, we do remain mindful of the importance of the thoughtful, measured policy decisions, and particularly those that affect license holders and the public. We want to thank you and acknowledge your input on this issue and others, and your perspectives that you provided during these meetings and the rulemaking process, and want to assure you that we remain committed to maintaining a fair and predictable regulatory framework for all parties involved. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that, Doug. This is Tasha Mora. I do have a few questions, three specifically, and then I want to make sure that the advisory board has the opportunity to ask questions as well. My questions come from the commission having decided not to adopt the increase. Question one, is that by a vote? Is that decision made by vote? Two, is it at a meeting? And three, what was the date of that meeting? Actually, I have a fourth question. Did the department recommend the CPI adjustment increase to the commission?
Well, let me see. I think I can answer those in one fell swoop.
Okay.
When we have recommended moving a rule forward, we will discuss that with our commission. We'll have a meeting with our chairman and with our internal staff to determine what will go on the agenda for an upcoming commission meeting. And so if you, you know, at a commission meeting, the commission does have the opportunity to vote a rule up or down, to approve it or deny it. We have not made it to that phase yet. It has not been approved to be included on a commission agenda. And so it has not yet gone to a meeting. There has been no vote or no meeting by the commission to deny or to disapprove this proposed rulemaking. And so just as a just as a note for those of you who don't routinely attend our commission meetings, while most of the rulemaking that we recommend as the agency and place on the agenda for our commission While the vast majority of those do get approved, as they're written, sometimes they're modifications, but sometimes they are not approved. But this has simply is not progressed to that phase yet.
Okay, I'm still, Tasha Moore, I'm still learning the process, as we may all still be learning the process. So forgive me if I'm asking obvious questions or redundancy. There's redundancy in there. So with the commission having decided not to adopt the increase, but this topic had not made it to a commission agenda and there was no vote. Can you help walk me through or help me understand?
Yes, so I won't speak for our chairman, but I will speak for our team here. We have not recommended this item to be moved forward to a commission meeting for a vote. Now, of course, if the commission they had the opportunity yesterday, for example, to place that item or to recommend that item to come up on a commission meeting, a future commission meeting. They did not recommend that. That does not mean that this could never be on added as an agenda item to a commission meeting, but it has not yet. The commission has not yet desired to place this up for a vote at a commission meeting.
Gary Hoffman, can you tell me why it was not recommended this time when it's been a routine thing? I don't know how long you've been with the department, but or over our area of the department, but can you tell me why it was not recommended this time?
Mr. Hoffman, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think the root of it is we believe that there is I think it's fair to say that in a time where inflation is on everyone's mind, we as an agency have to be mindful not only, I know this isn't the answer you want to hear, but not only of businesses' concerns, but also of consumer concerns. As the environment, I think, is such that I think any state agency, almost anywhere that's in this time of inflation, is looking at using discretionary rulemaking authority to increase fees. We are looking at that more carefully and are trying to be more measured than in previous years, just because we believe that a lot of costs are rising for a lot of people right now. And I'd gladly defer if Ms. Arbor or Mr. Bruno want to weigh in, but that I believe is what's underlying the decision.
Well, our fees keep going up, and these were probably a lot of the reasons you're losing your licensees and they're not staying in business because of areas like this. We've already been shorted the initial raise that we were supposed to get in 2019 that has never been caught up, and now this continues to happen. I hate to keep sounding frustrated, but as Ken and I were stating, and he was understanding my frustration earlier, this is where we get all the feedback from all our, they're not constituents, our association members, whatever you want to call them, because every state surrounding us is more expensive than this, and our property taxes don't go down. And I understand every consumer's struggling. Every one of my drivers is struggling. Every one of my employees answering the phone at the front desk is struggling. And for you to cripple the small businesses by making a decision like this is what makes it very hard for me to sit on an advisory board and go back to people giving them this information. I've never been as frustrated as I've been in the last few months building up to this. As soon as I heard about it, this is just, I don't have a good word for it, but how often does the commission meet?
The commission meets approximately every 2 months, Mr. Hoffman, and we've,
Are they aware of it? Does the commission know about it, or they don't have a clue about it, so y'all make the decision to put it in front of them?
Well, I'll jump in quickly if I can. Excuse me, Doug. Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director. As I do know the commission's aware because Mr. Hoffman, yesterday at the commission meeting, Ms. Mora and several other association members, I think we had 5 total, if I'm not mistaken, did testify directly to our commission to share similar concerns that you are expressing.
That's encouraging. I was trying to get there, but I was flying back in from out of town, so I
Oh,
missed it.
yes, sir. No, I understand, but the position, I would say, I think it's very safe to say that the position and specifically the frustration that you're expressing was expressed to our commissioners yesterday directly.
Thank you.
And for full transparency, Tasha Mora, I think I still would like some clarification because I am confused and I'm leaning towards concerned. If the testimony that was provided yesterday to the commission, that is the answer to Gary's question. Our board member Gary was the commission aware of this? And the answer I think I'm hearing is yes, there was public testimony, but I'm also hearing that the commission has decided not to adopt the increase. I'm confused as to, did the commission learn about this yesterday during public testimony, or did the commission know about this prior to the public testimony to have made their decision not to decide not to adopt the increase?
Tasha, this is Courtney Arbor, Executive Director. The commission is generally aware of all the rule sets we're working on, maybe not every detail of every specific set of rules because we are a large agency and have a number, but there's a general understanding of some of the key policy items that either have come forward or they see the legislative implementation we're working on. For instance, we recently sent out a list of all of the bills that we are working to implement. So there's a general understanding. General Counsel Jennings was exactly right. There's just a lot of sensitivity, certainly not with the intent of crippling a small business. As you said, there's a lot of sensitivity about supporting the industries that we regulate, but also just members of the public. It is a hard time to raise fees for anyone in the kind of market we're living. So the commission would just like to be thoughtful about that and think big picture about who is impacted when we make a decision like that. One of the reasons we are going all in on the work group to make sure that we are doing everything we can against unlicensed actors is with the recognition that every time there is an unlicensed person out there doing business, it also affects the licensees and members of the public. So that's an opportunity for us to do some real good by hopefully closing down more of the unlicensed activities, protecting people who would be using someone that is doing it sort of fly by night and not in the safest way. And I know that's not the answer you're looking for, but that's the answer. There's just a lot of interest in making sure that any fee that affects any Texan is taken very seriously and that we do everything we can to benefit industry in as many ways as possible without imposing a fee on anyone.
Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate the sensitivity to that. I think what gets lost, this is not directed at you by any means, but just generally speaking, is that the owners that are part of the industry are the Texans, and prices are going up for us. And it is crippling these small businesses who are already doing so much with so little. And the respect does come to protecting consumers. We understand that. These are vehicles that have been impounded due to arrests and collisions and illegal activity and such. And so the industry is providing service to our communities. And so being able to compensate according to what we're allowed to, I struggle. And one of the things that I respect about being on any type of advisory board is I respect the responsibility of serving and respect the stewardship. And I ask for clarity and discernment. And so I wring out my own wants and my own wishes and I serve. And then serving, I have to go back to the mission statement of the body that I'm serving. And I'm reading the mission statement, and it's, yes, part of it is TDLR's mission is ensuring public health and safety by licensing qualified professionals and offering a fair environment for licensees through smart, common sense government. And the next sentence is, the mission is to fundamentally protect Texans and fostering competent services. We are the Texans. We're providing services. It is the unintentional consequence that's happening by our own regulatory decision-making body. And I say this just to bring awareness and help with the dot connections that are there. It is a very sensitive role that everyone is in. businesses, licensed businesses like ourselves who are now having to give guidance on unlicensed businesses. We're asking for that fairness at this point and asking the department to see what else can we do to work with the commission so they're educated and understand that they can make an informed decision. This is a very huge pain point. And in 5 years, I would hate to see that anyone that's ever served on this advisory board in the history of serving is out of business because of these same movements. And it's possible because we're seeing our friends go out of business. I have a quiver in my voice. I am very passionate about this, but I'm also staying very logical because it's difficult being decision makers and we have to respect our responsibility. And part of that is to speak up and to state what the problems are right now. And that is what I'd like to add. My driving is when I'm serving, what is the mission of the body that I'm serving? And do I feel that they're carrying that out? And I can say that TDLR had some difficult decisions to make in the past, and I respect it. This one is detrimental to our industry, to the licensees that TDLR is regulating.
Tasha, I
will
wanted to
stop.
say thank you, and you're doing a great job of representing industry in your role on this advisory board. I will tell you the commissioners heard the comment yesterday, as Steve Bruno mentioned, and we added this to the agenda today to provide another opportunity for public discussion about it, so that I don't want to imply that this will be the last of the discussion. The process here is working the way the process works. It's a public meeting of advisory board members with public comment and some healthy discussion about impact, and also just honest discussion about why this is a tough policy to consider, tough for everybody involved. But our commissioners are aware of the meeting today, and I wasn't sure if anyone would be able to join today, but they're all also working their day jobs, most of them today. But we'll share the link, and they'll have the information because this is a public meeting as well, and be able to hear the remarks made today.
Thank you for that. Gary, I see that your hand is raised. Is that from your previous question, or is that a current question or comment that you may have?
Ken Ulmer, if Charlie.
Let Ken go first, yeah, or Charlie, whoever. I'll talk in a minute.
Okay. Ken Ulmer, I'm going to tell you, I'm really struggling to control my frustration here, and the sheer thought that TDLR would make the statement that they're concerned about a consumer's increase when that fee has been set in statute since 2007, and we didn't even begin to get a CPI increase until 2019. I want you to just look at the cost of the increases. The CPI increase alone at the city of Houston for me to be a licensed vehicle storage facility, the cost that my labor costs since 2007. I mean, I struggle to even contemplate how somebody could look at that and go, well, we're afraid we're going to hurt a consumer. We're talking about an increase that has been cents. Some of the past increases have been cents, not dollars, not $5 or $10, cents. We're at $22.85 a day. We have not had increases since 2007 or 2019. And previous to that, it was 2007. I don't understand how anyone could possibly make that stretch to think that that's okay. I really don't. I mean, I struggle with that. Not only have every increase that we've had increased, but you're also looking at a situation where, as a vehicle storage facility, we're doing a huge service here to every police agency, every roadway, every freeway, all these cars that we tow. To not only that, to neighborhood protection. These vehicles that we get towed in every single day from junk apartment complexes and things like that never get picked up, and we auction those vehicles and get less than 10% of the total charges owed, and we have no place to go to collect those fees either. I am, quite frankly, I'm just going to tell you, I'm appalled that TDLR would take the stance that that's a burden on a consumer when we're talking about such a minimal increase since 2007. It makes me really struggle with, are we representing this industry? Are we helping this industry? Are we doing anything? I'm completely at a loss for words. I'm sorry that I really feel strongly about this. I really do. I really do. Thank you.
No need to apologize, Mr. Ulmer. We hear you, and in this position sometimes, and having been in meetings and been on the other side, right, and having people tell me that they hear me, sometimes that rings hollow. And my impression is that you probably think that is the case with us. But as Courtney mentioned, taking the public comments to the commission meeting, having this open meeting today, and having this honest discussion, getting us your feedback, I think is going to help help our commission decide its priorities. I think decide how to proceed in the future. And as an aside, I would just also mention that this is an issue that we've got strategic planning coming up in the spring also. And as an agency that regulates 1 million license holders and pieces of equipment, we sometimes have to take a step back and look at our programs more broadly and costs more broadly and cost to consumers. And that is part of this analysis. And I mentioned, where there are statutes that give us discretionary, but not mandatory, discretionary authority to raise or reduce a fee, but does not make that mandatory. That is solely within our discretion, and we have to look at that in the broader context of what we do as an agency. If during the strategic, we look forward to talking about this further and trying to find, just like we were talking about with unlicensed activity, talking with you about other solutions that might help address this problem, potentially legislative changes to take this out of the realm of the discretionary and make it mandatory, perhaps tied to the CPI. As Courtney mentioned, we're not interested in stopping the conversation today, but to us, this is more data. And so thank you for your comment.
Charlie Rash here.
Yes, I see Charlie.
I mean, Ken kind of stole some of the stuff that I was going to bring up, but I'm again the same as the other guys, so passionate about this because I can't think of another industry that has their fees regulated by state statute. And we only get a chance for a raise every 2 years. And then y'all tell us, no, we can't get a raise when everybody's getting a raise and every government employee, the federal government's sending out money to subsidize, California's sending out money to subsidize, but we can't get pennies. I mean, let me ask I'm going to flip the switch and I'm going to ask another question. The TOFI study, if we do find somebody to do a TOFI study, how long does it take? And if we get a TOFI study that says storage goes up, then how long will it take to get that in place? And I mean, that'd probably be the quickest way to get the raise, I guess. I mean, if we could do that, I mean, is there a timeline for the TOFI study if you find a vendor to do it?
I'd like to ask Ms. Selena Strittmatter or, Morgan, I don't know your last name yet. We have not met. Dreyer, sorry. If you have any knowledge about in the past the time that it has taken to complete a TOW study once that's initiated.
So just to answer that question, I need to go back quickly to history. The first time that we did the TOFI study, which I believe was in 2010, I'm not sure how long it took, but I know we had a lot of problems getting data.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rash, you're shaking your head, so I'm sure you're aware of that the tow companies would not share with us the data that the statute wanted to be shared with us so we could inform and do the TOFI study properly. After that, what we did was we based our increases on CPI, the CPIU. Now, and that was because we, or exec at that time, the leadership said, because we had so many problems getting even basic information on the full TOFI study, we just need to do the increase based on the CPI. Now that we have had a change in leadership and a change in thought, we want to go back and try to do an actual full TOFI study as outlined in statute. When we sent it out for bid, we got nothing back. So that's problem number one. Number two, if we were to get a vendor and be able to contract them, I think the timing of the TOFI study is going to be based on cooperation by the industry. Is the industry going to give us the information that we need? And how long will it take for us to get that information? And then it's up to the vendor to establish a timeline that they will report to us, and we will keep them accountable for, of how long it's going to take them to do the TOFI study. But in order to do the TOFI study, one, we need to get a vendor, and two, we need to actually be able to get data.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you totally, Elizabeth, but I mean, is there, back to the other question I had, is there any other industry that has their fees regulated in statute that the TDLR regulates? I don't think there is. So I can't think of any. I mean, when an AC guy comes out, you don't tell him to charge $20. I mean, we're the only ones that's like this, and we, you know, our raises refused. I mean, we absolutely need this money. If the commission meets every 2 months, is it possible to put it on another 2 months away if public comments make that happen, or are we just done for 2 years and we can't have it looked at again for 2 years?
We can certainly put that, you know, because of the comments that we received at yesterday's commission meeting. I think it's fair to expect to have continued discussions with the commission, and you know, we can discuss with them whether to put the item on the agenda for certain. I don't know that they will agree, but we can discuss it with them and get direction from them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
see, Charles, I see another hand raised. Gary, I see your hand raised.
Yes, Gary Hoffman again, and those guys covered several of my thoughts, but to echo some of them, did any of you get a pay raise in the last 2 years? Quite certain most of you did. And if the TOFI study is mandated by statute, are you not required to do it, whether you can find one or not? You got to keep pushing until you get it done. It's kind of like us not having the meeting for 2 years. I was going to ask the same question if we're going to have to sit and wait another 2 years, but y'all kind of answered that. But I guess one of my bigger and probably the most important question to me, kind of what Ken was saying, I don't understand my role on the advisory board or why the advisory board exists if you're not going to come to us, if we're not going to discuss this. So if you knew you weren't going to do it, or you knew it was coming up, why did we not have an advisory board meeting to discuss this? Why did you not get our opinions and how it affects this industry first? Why did we make this decision and then have an advisory board and go, oh crap, maybe we need to do something else? What's the point of us being here? Why did we just waste 3 hours today if we're going to get the same pat on the back and hollow answers? Like you said, we hear you. We appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Let's ride it out another 6 months, another 2 years, whatever we're going to do. Solutions. We need solutions. We need answers, fixes. The industries can't keep going. We're losing people. I mean, I can't express the frustration just like these other guys. It makes absolutely no sense. But
Thank you, Gary. I'll add this. I had the same questions that Gary's asked. This is probably the most forward that the board has ever been, and this is the time. I had the same question as to when was the last time that staff members received a raise? When is the last time that the department needed more revenue, more funds to be able to operate the department? That you're still operating businesses, and we're experiencing the same thing, and not to have been offered the raise. It was the discretion of the department. It is discretionary. And so the department had that discretion. Then I go back to prior to making that decision is what Gary is asking as an advisory board. I believe that was part of our role, is to help advise. Now you can take the advice or not, but at least have this dialogue so that we're proactive rather than reactionary, because damage has been caused at this point. And I will say this, for as long as I've served on the advisory board, whether the presiding chair or a board member, it I worked on my own in my own time to champion that TDLR was working on improving the relationship with the tow and VSF licensees. And that's a really solid wall to try to break through with full transparency. And I know this is a public meeting and I have to go on record. This is damaging to the relationships with the licensees on building the trust, because we were not included in this decision to be able to be proactive in the dialogue as to why. We absolutely respect vehicle owners' rights is on every one of our receipts at the VSFs. And we respect that, but we also respect that come to us, help us with that relationship, because it is difficult already that all of the industry who does contact those of us who are on the advisory board come to us for guidance or answers and such. And we're working to try to help with that relationship. It's very hard to be a champion of that relationship when we ourselves feel like now the relationship's compromised. Do we trust right now? And that has been compromised. And we're still going to serve, obviously, but it makes us question if we're serving, what purpose do we have at this point? We've taken a lot of time here, but I believe that this topic deserved the time. And I will move on to the next agenda item, but I'm going to give a moment to pause. So
Wait, I
can-
did have something to say. I don't know if you saw my hand there.
Oh, I did not. Sorry. Thank you for bringing that.
No worries. Okay, so I think the majority of us can agree that we definitely do not want to miss the next opportunity. If we can't rely on the TOFI schedule, the TOFI study, we need to stay strong with our work group somehow. We need to keep that EV work group active somehow, because that is something that has changed in our industry. And if we haven't met in over a year, we could not discuss it. We could not have work groups about it. And we are the ones that are going to know what it's going to cost to get the job done, to store it, to give the extra time that needs to be tended to an EV vehicle. That is just one example. So definitely, when I'm hearing all of this, the EV work group needs to stay active somehow, because that is part of the storing and why we would need that increase.
Thank you, Shay. We will have time at the end of the meeting to suggest agenda topics, and I just want to remind that there have been suggestions in the past. We haven't seen them at the next meeting, so I really would like for us to make sure that we're making the recommendations for next meeting's agenda items, and that those are captured and added to the agenda, please. We will move on in the meeting, and we're going to go to agenda item I. So this is discussion of House Bill 3928 and its implementation relating to a change in Texas Occupation Code 2302.151A for methods that a vehicle storage facility may use to provide required notice of storage to vehicle owners. I'm going to call on Assistant General Counsel Elizabeth Salinas Strickmatter. Pardon me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been referenced a couple times in the meeting. As you know, there was a change in statute that added the ability to provide e-notice through it's quote unquote approved websites by TDLR. And so what that means is, under this new amendment, you would have the ability as a VSF to provide notice to the owners where their car is, either through publication, which is the traditional method, or through an electronic method. Unfortunately, there wasn't any guidance beyond that was provided in the statutory change. And so what TDLR compliance specifically has been trying to do is figure out, how do we get this going as soon as possible? Right now, we do not have any approved third-party websites. However, compliance, Morgan, and the former manager over her, Michael Ford Strawn, who's now the director of E&E, had come up with an internal process to be able to find these third-party websites and to approve them. And so I'll let Morgan talk about what she's talking about. She has created a form that will go live on our website that will enable a business that hosts websites that are capable of taking this information and posting it. It will allow them to do that, but I want to get Morgan's updated information on how this is currently going and what stage we're in.
Yeah, Morgan with compliance. Um, sorry, this has been a meeting, and I really do just want to say that like I've heard it too, and so I didn't want to butt in, but I hope with something like this, you guys can see that we really do care. And sorry, I'm really emotional too. So gosh, trying to be professional. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so right now we've been working really hard with creating this form. Um and we're also making a landing page. We want to do our best to help everybody, the public, understand what this for, like what this page is for, who we're hosting. We want to make sure you guys understand what is in requirements for who is allowed to um, actually publish on these websites. So we're kind of doing a twofold thing, right? So one thing is actually making sure a landing page has that information for the public to know if they can find their car on here. Also to be able to let licensees know if they're allowed to publish on these sites. The form itself is going to be kind of an application form. It goes over actually capturing the information of who these entities are, if they have any kind of relation with the towing VSF, if there's any conflicts of interest there, kind of letting us know. Also letting us know if they're going to meet our retention policy, making sure that that covers you guys, because there are requirements in the law for retention. Also for us to be able to look at, are they qualifying to keep it up for the amount of allotted time to meet both the first and second requirement. So we've kind of gone into had that application like laid out to make sure that it meets all those requirements. Also, on top of that, we're making sure that it is accessible to various populations. What's it called? The blind community, I believe, for accessibility purposes and everything like that. So we're taking all precautionary stances to make sure that we're meeting those requirements. And again, we're doing our best to go through that process, and it should be up for us soon. If I missed anything, or if you want me to expand on anything, please let me know. I would be happy to.
So I just want to follow up, and then we'll open it up for Tasha, any questions that you all have. So Morgan is in charge of we call them bill implementation teams for implementing this here at TDLR. And so Morgan and Michael Ford Strawn have done a lot of legwork to try to find potential websites. Do they exist? How many are there? Where are they based? Does that pose a problem if they're outside of Texas? Now, the one thing that is important about this particular implementation is we don't have to go out for bid. This is not a procurement situation. You can apply if you have a business that you think will enable, will fill the needs of the vehicle storage facility community and will fill the regulatory requirements that TDLR puts in relation to the public. If you are an entity that can meet those requirements to put the required information onto your website, onto your portal, then they'll show it on the form. Morgan will review the form and others will review the form. And if they are approved, they'll be approved. What will happen is we will provide a link to those entities that are approved, to those websites that are approved. Right now, there is no limit on how many of those approved websites can actually be on our page. So if an entity fills out the form and they are approved, you will see a number of links on that page where where consumers are able to go find the notice for their car and where you are able to upload that information. What is an unknown, for full transparency, is whether you will have to input, if there's more than one, whether you will have to input that information in each website. That is something that the bill doesn't address. That is a hole in the bill. And because of the lack of guidance, we're going to probably have to make the decision after we see how many people or how many websites have issued an approval or have asked for an approval and have been approved. So that is an unknown. Just so you know, right up front, it's an unknown of whether you will have to go to each of those websites to report. Right now, if you choose the publication route of general circulation, you just send it to a newspaper of general circulation. It's a one and done. If you choose electronic notification, you might have to do it multiple times to each of the approved hosts. Now, before anybody asks, could we fix this in rule? We cannot, because there is nothing in statute that allows us to limit the entities. It just said approved entities. Could we make an internal decision that we're only going to approve one or two? Maybe. I don't know the answer to that question. But while we're trying to figure all those things out, a VSF could say, I don't even want to deal with this electronic stuff. I'm just going to continue to do it through publication, because the statute says or, it doesn't say and. So you always have the option to default back to the publication in a newspaper of general circulation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Tasha.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Just for the board members who may or may not be as familiar with this, and this might be a repeat, forgive me if it is. So when a vehicle is received for storage at a vehicle storage facility, and once the vehicle's been in the facility for a set period of time, we're required to send a notification out to the vehicle, the last registered owner and lien holder. And so we have to do that in a sequence. If it stays for a certain period, we send it once. And if it stays beyond a certain point, we send it again. We have currently, prior to the bill, we had two different methods, and that was by US certified mail or by publication in a publication of general circulation, so newspaper and such. Now we are allowed and have the option to use publication via electronic form. Which is good, because one of the rising costs was the actual publication by newspaper. It was just costing the facility so much, and we couldn't adjust that rate. Having said that, that's the history of why we're here. Now, on the topic of some guidance, I will always I want us to go back to the original methods that we could notify the last registered owner and such, said notification. The certified process, that is self-explanatory, but when the newspaper by publication, when that was established, were there specific requirements that were in place of what licensees could use, right? Because I believe that now that we're moving to the electronic version, if we didn't have specific guidelines on the publication by newspaper and such, or if we did, let's go back and look at those. So we're not asking for more, because it's to make it easier for a vehicle owner to find the vehicle. And it also helps with the burden of the added expense as inflation goes up, if we can't recoup that. So with that, do we have information on whether there was criteria of which type of publication, other than general circulation, that licensees could use to send notice by publication? And have we compared that to what we're asking for the electronic publication?
So I actually would need to go back into the rule to refresh my memory on whether there is a rule that gives criteria for the newspaper of general circulation. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. If there is not, then, it's the literal interpretation of a newspaper of general circulation. Now, what I know compliance in the past has given, when Todd Forrester was the compliance person, because he and I had a lot of discussions about this with the decline in newspapers, with the death of print. It's been harder and harder for you guys to find a newspaper of general circulation. And so, that is one of the reasons why we really were interested in the electronic notification. So, but I know for sure there's no guidance on the electronic notification. I would need to, as I said, I would need to go back into the rules to see if there's any in relation to the newspaper. If
Thank you.
there are no, if there are no criteria, it would be possible, probably for us to create some criteria in rule, but that criteria would relate only to the licensees. It wouldn't relate to the approved third-party websites because we don't regulate them. As long as they meet the requirements for approval, they meet the requirements for approval. So if you're asking if we can give some guidance to licensees in rule in relation to that electronic notification, yes, maybe. And I'm sorry, I'm getting messages. Todd said there's nothing specific in the VSF rules. It was just general circulation.
It sounds
So
like
what,
it was a literal interpretation.
it was a literal interpretation of what general circulation is. Now, depending on where in Texas you are, that could mean different things. There are some counties that don't have a newspaper. There are some cities that don't have a newspaper. And so I know in the past there had been discussions, Todd had gotten calls, well, could I use the green sheet? Could I use some alternative method that is, we don't necessarily know if it's general circulation, but it met the criteria for publication. We can definitely go back and see if we can issue some guidance to the licensees on this. But what I can tell you now is, without more in the statute, it's going to be difficult for us to give you guidance on how this plays out in real life. So in an ideal world, there would have been more than one sentence given to us in that amendment. And strat planning is coming up, as we've mentioned, maybe an issue you want to take up from involving your associations. But we will take the question you're asking, and we'll go back and look into whether general counsel could offer some guidance to licensees. But my question for you is, what kind of guidance would you need?
Got it. I see some hands raised, and I'm not saying there's a right answer or wrong answer, but at this point, if we're taking a literal interpretation, I would say we take a literal interpretation. But I'll allow the other board members to chime in. Charles, I see your hand up.
You're on mute.
I think the intent of the statute was to get like an agency like DMV to run the website, and we don't mind paying. I mean, we just don't want to pay. Sometimes when you put a car in a paper, it might be $75, and we're only getting $50 for the notice. So, and nobody's reading it. It's stupid to put it in the paper that nobody's reading. But has TDLR reached out to maybe DMV to see if they would run a website like this, since they're the one that holds all the records for the state?
So DMV actually asked us how we interpreted this. And it is basically an unfunded mandate, right? It creates the ability to do this, but it doesn't create a central agency that's responsible for doing it. And it doesn't provide any criteria for what an approved third-party website means. So without, as I said, without any additional teeth in the statute, and without having given the responsibility in statute to a state agency to run it and given them funds to do that, what we're left is random third-party websites that are going to come to us and say, hey, we can do this. Great. Okay, we'll put a link on our website. So if you choose to do it this way, you can do it this way. But it is kind of an unfunded, it's not kind of, it is unfunded. It wasn't given to any particular agency to do. In particular DMV, and there was no money allotted to do it.
So we couldn't have like an RFQ and pick one website for the whole state? and then we would fund it as far as we would submit $10 or $20 or whatever to put it on their website to make it available to the public so it'd be funded. I think that multiple websites is going to be a disaster because, I mean, if I'm looking for my car, how do I know which website to get on? And then if you post it on Harris County and Houston have a website already. If you want to find your car here, you can look for it, and that'd probably be an approved vendor. But if I'm in Montgomery County, 50 miles away, do I look on Harris's website? It's so confusing. It just would be. I wouldn't think that would be a great idea. I'd rather say do an RFQ and pick one vendor and then ask them what fee they want to charge to do it, and then charge the VSFs to put it on there.
And I don't disagree with you. These are actual conversations that we've had in the BIT meetings about how do we do this. This is not a procurement, so they're not a vendor. This isn't something that required a procurement. For example, the TOFI study. In the statute, it says we will go out and we will do this, and it will contain the following fees. That's not what we have here. And so because we don't have that, this isn't a procurement situation. This is an approval, which is not an awarding of a contract.
Thank you.
So that's an example of more specific wording that would be helpful.
So you need clarification in the next legislature that's 2 years away from that's when we're going to get our next raise. We can just get it there. So the other question I have, this AI assistant, will it go get us lunch?
Will what? I'm sorry?
Will the AI assistant on our screen go get us lunch?
I don't know if the AI assistant is capable of doing that, but it would be nice if it was.
Thank you, Charles, for the reminder of the time. That's noted. Gary, I see your hand is up.
Mine's a lot of the same thing, and we fight all this stuff legislatively, and y'all tell us to go fight legislatively, and we get it passed, and then it doesn't work for you. We've been in business 33 years, and in 33 years, I've never had one person claim a vehicle from a newspaper publication. Newspaper publication is not going to work. Any kind of electronic notification is not going to work. 99.9% of these vehicles are just junk vehicles, a complete burn vehicle that you can't see a VIN on, or this or that, stuff abandoned from another state that nobody's going to read a local newspaper or anything else. That it's a struggle. And in my area, it's the last one that I did in the newspaper cost me $512 to do it, and so I refuse to. And I've got 20 of them sitting in my lot just taking up space. It's always a circus and the frustration when we get handed the things like we get handed. Back to the raise issue. These are the things that we deal with on a daily basis, and nobody's concerned about our side of it. And this is just frustrating. If you get too technical with it, we can't do it because you were too technical about it. If you're too vague with it, well, we can't do it because you're too vague with it. So what do? We got to come to you guys to write the laws for us or pass the bills for us. I mean, just frustrating as usual.
Thank you,
And
Gary.
angry now.
And hangry. We all hear you. I don't want to miss anyone. Yes, I do. Shay, I see your hand is up.
Yes. Okay. So these approved entities, when they do come about, do we have any idea on the cost? Like, have we compared to other states that are doing this currently? Or, I mean, are these going to be entities that are going to charge us just as much as a newspaper at some point? Or is this a cost that TDLR is going to take on? I didn't quite understand who's going to pay the costs for that.
The licensees would pay the cost. I know that compliance had talked and had actually had a meeting or two with a company that has done this in Florida. And it appears that they're interested in doing it in Texas. Now, whether they will submit for an approval, I don't know, right? But what was explained to us is that the cost is based on a yearly subscription, for lack of a better word, and an agreement that you undertake with that company to send them the information, and they ensure it gets inputted onto their website. As far as the cost, I don't know that, but my guess is yearly, not for each vehicle, it would probably be comparable to what you would pay, what you might pay for maybe one or two newspaper publications. But I can't promise that because I didn't get into the pricing. Morgan is still on the call. Morgan, do you remember what you all talked about with regards to pricing with the company in Florida?
Yeah, it seemed to Morgan with compliance. It seemed to be a little bit different if it was, I believe, depending on like which what's it called, what state I think that they were actually like trying to reach out to. But it seemed to be like dollars, like for like each one. And I think there was like a subscription, and then like for actually, again, the system, they showed us a lot of things, and the system can do a lot of things. And so there was a lot of costs that were thrown at us, but it was like for each posting, it sounded like it was like cents, dollars, like very, very minimal for what they do, because based on like what their actual system is giving you, it's very robust in what they get from it. So yeah, that's kind of what we gathered from them. Again, we hadn't like really looked into what the other costs for the other Florida approved sites were, but it does seem that they range more on the side of getting their money through different avenues and being able to keep their costs quite down through those different avenues.
Michael Bostic, AGC, and Morgan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall a number of $2 to $3 per VIN uploaded.
Yes, like dollars, like couple of dollars. Yes, definitely.
Thank
Ken
you. Oh, go ahead, Ken.
Ken Ulmer, if, so, I was a little bit involved in that discussion. I had a discussion with Autodata Direct, the company that we were talking about. And if we're talking about multiple websites, we might as well not do this, because the whole goal here, I mean, it's actually contradictory to what TDLR should be trying to do, is help consumers. If we're talking about multiple websites, there's no way a consumer is going to go to multiple websites. It's like Charlie said, right now we have 17 different police jurisdictions in Houston alone. Each one of those police jurisdictions tows a vehicle. We're looking for a way to help notify people anywhere in the state, whether they're a car dealer or a used car dealer or a car owner. We have a flood in Houston, and people are leaving Louisiana, driving through Houston, their car gets towed. It could be one of 17 different agencies. We're looking for a long-term way to notify people about their cars, and really to take the place of the newspaper. As somebody said, I think Gary said, 36 years in business here, I've never had anybody pick a car from a newspaper, ever, not even once. And I do 3,000 cars a month. So, I would think that I had seen one of those. I mean, maybe we need to take a step back and try to really figure out what we want to do on this. Maybe we need to get some more input somewhere. Um, uh, I really think we have an opportunity here to do something good, save a VSF some money, or give them an avenue. There are some jurisdictions right now don't have a paper to put it in, period. So we got a chance to do some good on the side of the VSF, and we got a chance to do some good on the side of the consumer so that they can find their cars also. We don't want to keep their cars. I would much rather somebody come pick up every single car that I have in my VSF. I don't want to keep their car. I just want a easier way and a more cost-effective way and a way that meets the century that we're in to pick up cars. So, maybe going back to the drawing board might be the right way. I hate to see us do something that becomes this convoluted, disastrous mess. That's my fear.
And what you have said is exactly the discussions in the BIT group here within TDLR. Is we don't want to make this harder. The goal was to make it easier and to come into this century, Ken, as you noted, And what we got was, okay, we came into this century, but we didn't actually, the bill didn't actually contemplate how this was supposed to work, and multiple companies being used. What I think we can do is go back within the bit. Michael and I are both on the bit. Go back within the bit and talk about, is there the ability to possibly internally limit it? I don't know the answer to that. I think that's going to require some legal research, but I think Michael and I can go back and kind of look and see and revisit the question of, could we find a way to limit it to 1 or 2? Ideally 1, because I agree with you. If my car is towed, I don't want to have to go and look in 7 different websites to see where my car is. You're right. That's counterintuitive to what we were trying to accomplish. Michael, do you have any thoughts on that? You're on mute.
Michael Bostic, AGC. I would just add that some of the input we've had from the companies who would be doing this is that they don't want to be just the only one. So I would also mention that as well.
Tasha, Maura, this is for Elizabeth and Michael, for you all to talk about, and maybe follow up with us at a later date. Just an idea, thinking outside the box, to help the vehicle owners and consumers, to help the licensees. And also it's a good measure for the department. Is why not have the department's website be a source? We're all pointing to that direction anyway. You have this many licensees that are willing to pay $1 or $2 or whatever that fee is to maintain it. It's going to help the licensees so that we don't have that burden of the expense. It'll expedite being able, publication is trying to expedite the process for a vehicle owner to find a vehicle, balanced with knowing that most vehicle owners don't look for let me back up. Most VSFs, hardly any VSFs, have a vehicle owner come claim their vehicle because they found it in a publication. That's been echoed here. And the department has the analytics to see how many clicks are happening on that site. I know I'm not well versed in what's allowable and what's not. It just seems like it's a win-win times 3.
Yeah, the issue is, as I said at the top, is it's an unfunded. It wasn't given to us, and it was unfunded, right? We don't, and I talked about this with Doug. I don't know if he's still on the call in the meeting, but Doug and I talked about this extensively. And the resources, the IT resources that we have within the department are not capable at this time of us being the host. In an ideal world, we would be the host or DMV, and it would be funded so that we have the resources to do it. This is another instance where we don't have the resources. But that being said, Tasha, we can go back in and we can revive the conversation based on, what Charlie said, that, you all would be willing to pay a fee. I don't know legally how that works. Again, more legal research needs to be done, but we'll have the conversation again. Just because we had it once doesn't mean that that's the end of the conversation. So we'll circle back to Doug.
Appreciate that. I would like to revive that conversation for you all to do that. And it's, what would it cost? Right. And so we just reverse engineer it and see, with the current capacity of vehicles that are being towed and stored in Texas, would it make sense? Is it possible? And we may even find that just regardless, not even using the certified letters, because in today's time, people jump on the internet and they're looking for you could do a Google search. Didn't mean to use a brand, but you could do use a search engine. Is there any further discussion? Gary, I see your hand.
Gary Hoffman, when you're updating the TDLR website, how hard would it be to just be like where they turn in a complaint? Somebody looking for their car, that's just another search engine, the search option on TDLR's website, and it just goes to another page. I know there's a little technology behind it, but I wouldn't think it would be an extreme charge to do that.
I don't know. We will add that to the list of things to discuss. What I do know is that it takes a lot of programming to do even basic things on our website. And so because of the level of programming that is required, I don't know that it is feasible, but we can go back, and I think Courtney is still on the call, and we can have these discussions.
Shay, I see your hand is up. You're bringing it down. You're nodding, you're shaking your head. Okay, disregard. Got it.
Charlie Rasher again. The every tow won't be on the website. It's just the ones that we can't find the registered owner on. I mean, it's not. I mean, out of 800 cars, I might have 2 or 3 that we can't find them. I mean, we do everything we can to find the owner and send them a letter because we don't want to get sued and be held accountable for that. And it's so expensive to do the paper and a waste of time. So really, I mean, it's going to be a significant amount of cars, but it's not going to be hundreds of thousands of cars. I mean, to me, in a year. But so it's not like a registered letter. By the time we pay the letter and somebody to do it, we're probably in $7 or $8. I mean, what's the difference between $7 or $8 to a website to post it? I mean, it's $2 is a bargain to me, but we can't even get the registration.
All good points that we can definitely take back. And that's why we wanted to have this discussion, was to hear the ideas on, is there a way that we could do this differently than what we're currently imagining?
And I apologize if I sound like I'm speaking over. There's a little bit of a delay when I hear the sound, and so pardon me. Mary, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, Mary Krebs, you know, I'm kind of with Ken there. I mean, this is really not that difficult to figure out. I mean, you need one repository, you know, and then have the VSFs, you know, upload those minimal number of vehicles and, you know, have a link on the TDLR webpage, you know, that would link everybody to it. I mean, it's not that difficult. Now, I'm not technologically, you know, into it, so I don't know all the back end, but I don't think it's going to be that difficult to come up with something like that, you know, and just have them all uploaded to it. I mean, just my 2 cents.
So to clarify, the bid did talk about the link and us having a link to these approved websites. The question is, how many of those can we approve, or will we approve?
Mary, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm just saying you just need one. I mean, you can't have all, you know, you just need a link to one website and it's all uploaded into that one website and everybody goes to the same one. It's got to be simple, it's got to be effective. And you know, somebody apparently has got to monitor it. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know what goes in the back end of it, but it's not that difficult. It's not rocket science to come up with something. It might be on the end with software programming, but it's not that difficult.
Thank you.
Ken Ulmer, let's don't go down the path that Houston already has. Houston now has a website for cars towed within the city limits of Houston, only if they were towed by HPD. Harris County now has a website for cars only if they were towed by Harris County Sheriff's Department. So all of those other 17 jurisdictions I talked about can tow in each one of those areas, but none of them are included in the website. So it is, I don't want to say worthless, okay, but it really doesn't serve the purpose. And that we're doing that in Houston already. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I get that this was a very big undertaking for the people writing that bill, something complicated. I get all that. But there are companies doing this already. We spoke about the things that are going on in Florida. That's being done already in Florida, and they actually go through their entire auction process by doing that. So there are solutions out there. I think I don't want to make a rash decision and then have 12 websites and go, wow, we didn't do anything but confuse it more.
Hey, Ken, real quick, it's Steve Bruto. In Florida, is there just one website in Florida? Do you know offhand?
Yep, there's just one website.
Okay, thanks.
And ADD is already approved through TDLR, so, and 90% of the state is using them for their returns and certified letters and stuff anyway. So it would be a simple solution.
So right now the process is waiting for anyone who is willing to provide the service. There's a form. If there's a company that's willing to or interested in it, they would fill out the form. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, that's what Morgan is putting the final finishing touches on, so that we can see who's going to come and try to get it approved. Yeah.
Can I just add one more thing? I mean, we, and there again, I know we're not there. I know that this bill was, haphazardly put together, whatever, or not understood well. I get all of that stuff. We have an opportunity right here, right now, to fix a huge problem and have one website where we could post every car towed in the entire state of Texas. Am I asking that we do that right this second? No, but this could develop into that, and we would have one place that people could go to find their car. It would be an unbelievable solution. When the legislature was going on, there was also a lot of discussion about military cars. Right now in the VSF business, I don't know when somebody is a military member and we auction their car, because I don't know, where would
Yeah.
I go to find that? How would I possibly know? There is no way. And this could also be tied to that. We have an opportunity to do a huge service to not only the VSF, but to the consumer. I think it's a bigger solution to the consumer. And I use that example again, somebody driving from Louisiana. Everybody in the world looks at every freeway and knows that you slow down, move over. We all know that. We all know that that's something that you do in Texas. We could do the exact same thing with this website, and we would have a solution that no other, even Florida doesn't have that. I like what Florida's doing, but they really don't have a solution where every car towed in the entire state goes on a website. And I think police agencies would buy into it. I think it's a solution for everybody all the way around. I literally, in floods here in Houston, we know people lose their cars and can't find them because the auction process takes place. It is a fact. HPD will tell you we auction people's cars and we did everything we could to find them and we could not. People don't re-register their cars. The address that your car's registered at is not the address where you live. I can't tell you how many people probably on this meeting's car is not registered where they actually live if you've ever moved. You change your driver's license, but you don't change your registration on your car. So that data we're getting, even when we run a motor vehicle registration, is bad. It's just bad data to begin with. This website could solve so many problems, and it could be such a huge consumer benefit and VSF benefit. It's a win-win for everybody. Sorry, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent. I guess I'm just still pumped
No,
up over the things we're talking about.
we appreciate all of your feedback, Ken, Charlie, all of you who have commented today about everything that's been on the agenda. We are listening, as Doug said and Courtney said, and we are committed to trying to find better ways to serve the industry and to help you meet your needs as licensees. We don't want an adversarial relationship. We haven't had an adversarial relationship since I've been on the program, and I hope that we're able to continue not having an adversarial relationship. But we hear your voices, we share your concerns, know that we are working behind the scenes every day to try to fix these issues. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between board meetings. Not to toot our own horn, but we carry a large load. And myself, I've been committed to this program for 9 years. I know Michael is going to be committed to this program as he starts taking over, as he takes over it. Keep talking to us, Ken. Everybody, keep talking to us because that's important and we need to hear it. It's not in a vacuum. You are not the only industry we regulate, but you are an industry we regulate, and we care about you just as much as we do the others.
We appreciate that. Okay, so next agenda item is agenda item J, recommendations for agenda items for the next board meeting. If you could raise your hand, that way you could be called on. So are there any recommendations for the agenda for the next board meeting? Carmen will write them down, and board, you can also email Carmen if you think of a suggestion after the meeting. I have written a few down that I was hearing, and as you recommend items for the agenda, I'm gonna start striking through the ones that I heard and try to make sure we're catching all. So the floor is now open. Board members, those who want to recommend an agenda item. Charles, I see your hand up. You are on mute, Charles.
I may steal Ken's idea, but we need to have a discussion about succession for license holders to their family members when they retire or they pass away. I can understand that, people use the system and flip to another license when they get in trouble, but I'm talking about people like my business. Eventually, I'm going to want to stop working and I want to go give this business to my son, but I need a way to transfer my license without going through a lot of hoops to a family member. That and the license in good standing, not up for suspension or revocation or something like that. But I'd like to put that on the agenda.
Thank you, Charles. Any other board members have an agenda item that they would like to add to the next meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand. But Charlie, I did ask for that to be put on the agenda. And I think it was Carmen and I that spoke on the phone. Carmen, are you still on the meeting?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, you and I spoke and there is a solution for that, right?
Let me see if Laura is still on the call. Laura, are you still around?
Who was it that reached out to me? Somebody reached out to me about
It
my
was Laura in
agenda items.
licensing,
Okay, Laura, I'm sorry.
and
I'm
she
sorry,
quoted the
Laura.
rule
Yeah.
and how they
So,
process it internally.
Yes, I'm still here.
because it's already there.
Okay.
It's just that nobody understood it because, like you, Charlie, I've had several people reach out to me and go, there's no solution. But if your corporation or your LLC doesn't change, and that was one of the things that Laura and I talked about on the phone. Was it you I spoke to on the phone, Laura?
It was me.
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, I
Oh,
sent an email.
okay.
It's
So
okay.
anyway, that solution's there. We just haven't made people aware of it. And I think even sometimes at TDLR, people weren't aware of it, that solution was there. So if your corporation hasn't changed, your tax ID number hasn't changed, you can change that information at TDLR and not have to get a whole brand new permit and start over.
Would it be helpful if we gave some instruction about that at the next meeting? Sort of talk
Yes, I
through
think it
this?
would. Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely think it would, because I know, I'll just use an example. A previous chairwoman of our board did not know that you could do it and changed her company and had to get a new TDLR number, change the TDLR number on all their postings. I mean, it was a huge thing. And she had multiple conversations at TDLR and was never told, hey, if your corporation didn't change, your tax ID didn't change, you're fine. You can change ownership. The corporation can have changes in its makeup. And that's
Okay.
exactly what Charlie's
Well,
talking about too.
let-
So when I
Hey,
was
Let us
made
put
aware of it, I was
together-
completely taken
If
off.
I can just, Carmen is already looking into putting it as an FAQ on the website.
Yes.
But
Thank you,
we
Elizabeth.
can
Oh,
certainly
great.
add it to the agenda to note that it
Let's
is
do
now,
both.
the guidance is
Yeah,
on the.
let's do both.
Right.
We can't over communicate. That's good. Thank you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other board members have a topic for next agenda? I see Shay's hand.
Okay, yes. So maybe if we could go back to the last meeting, any suggestions we had that got left off? For instance, we were talking about natural disasters, the protocol there. We had a public comment, if I recall correctly, that we were going to talk further on. And then if there's anything on this recent public comment, that we can do there. And if we don't have a solution for that person, at least maybe suggest to them, I don't know if TDLR can suggest to them what group could help them. But I believe there was a few overviews we requested from the last meeting that we probably should get on this next meeting. If that makes sense.
Yes. And you're right, we had everything you just said. Yes.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 from the last meeting, and just to give you guys insight on when we put the agendas together, we have to be mindful of currency, recency, and need, right? And so what was put on the agenda now were the 3 most important things that we needed to talk to you about. That doesn't mean we didn't listen to your suggestions last time. It's just the way we put these agendas together, we have to be considerate of time, your time, our time as well, and space.
Got it. Mary, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, ma'am, Mary Krebs. I would just like to see an update or what's been going on or what will happen with the vehicle storage facility, you know, in the notifications. I think that's important. I think that we need to stay on top of it. And I'd like to add that to the list to see about getting an update.
Thank you. Gary, I see your hand is raised.
Gary Hoffman, I don't know if we're going to stick with the original work groups or add work groups, or we didn't kind of finish that up, but the topics that the work groups were assigned previously, such as rules review, if the work group had met, we might not have had this unforeseen circumstance come up again. I think the electric vehicles is still a big issue, whichever way we want to tackle it. There's several topics within the electric vehicles as well. Or any unforeseen surprises that TDLR wants to spring upon us, would be great to have on there. I don't know how often we're going to do this. I guess that's the next thing in line, but those are the main things.
Thank you. Ken, I know that you, the raise hand button, do you have anything to add for next agenda?
Well, I think, we kind of skipped over this electronic parking permit thing, and I'm okay with, I'm not an advocate of it one way or the other, or a detractor from it. I know that it is something that is happening on a huge, huge scale. And I fear that there at some point in time will be a knee-jerk reaction that is typically knee-jerk reactions are not good. And then it takes us multiple sessions to work through fixing the knee-jerk reaction. So this electronic parking permit thing has not gone away. It is a huge issue. Almost every apartment complex that I'm aware of, every townhome association, all of those are using electronic parking permits. And I just don't want it to be something that sneaks up on us. I think we should be prepared for that issue.
Thank you. Yes, and that goes back to the public comment that was at the last meeting. And I think, Shay, that's part of what your recommendation is, circle back around to those public comments. So sounds like we have two asks for that. I'm checking.
So is that, excuse me, Madam Chair, it's Steve. Are we just is that sort of a discussion item? So we talk about the topic and make everyone aware and bring any information forward on the electronic parking pass, for example? Is that the
Great
ask of us?
Ken, what is the ask?
Do you want it on as a discussion item so that we can talk about it and
yes,
everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so we can get input from the industry, because it's the industry, the towing industry is the ones that are doing this, and they're the ones involved in it. I'm in the VSF industry. I don't have any electronic parking permit stuff, but I just, I know that there are a lot of quality companies out there that are doing this because their clients have requested it. Big residential facilities that own, in some cases, hundreds of apartment complexes and townhome associations, and it's becoming a thing that is normal for them to do this. Used to it was a little sticker on the windshield. They've moved in with the times and got an electronic app, and now they're doing it a different way.
Sorry, if I can interject, I'm sorry, if I can interject, we're really going off on a topic that's not even on the agenda. So if we could just hold that for the next meeting.
We can talk just like this if it's on the agenda, right, Elizabeth? So we'll put it on. Great, thank you.
So that's why we need it on the agenda.
I just want to make sure I understand the point. Like, I think for this and for the electronic vehicles, these are topics to discuss, and I'll stop.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I'm going to take the opportunity to add a couple of items, and I would need guidance on I think these are discussions. But the TOFI study procurement status, like what's the deadline? Where are we? What's it looking like? So we can be proactive and not reactive if possible. Also, I would like to add to the agenda what we can do to help with the next legislative session on removing the VSF rate from statute. I understand that was one of the things I've had conversations where there was interest in that. I believe the entire industry might be interested in that. So what can we do? Even though it's a discussion. I know we should have a follow-up on the unlicensed towing activity because there will be a work group, correct? Is there a work group created for that? And should we have a follow-up at our next meeting?
There's an internal work group, and
Fantastic.
yes, you can ask for an update.
Okay. And then finally, the update regarding the VSF electronic method for notice, if we can get those updates as well. That's the list so far.
Right, and we can probably roll those updates into the division reports.
Great.
That's probably the easiest way to do it.
And some of the asks that came up during the division reports of some metrics that if we can see those as well. As they came up in each report, I think there were some things that caused a lot of discussion, which was good discussion. But if we can build those into the metrics and those stats that are presented to the advisory board. Last call during the meeting for topics, but remember, you can always email Carmen if you think of something after the meeting. Fantastic. Hearing none, we are going to move on to agenda item K, and that's discussion of date and time and location of the next board meeting. So let me take a quick peek before I open that. So Carmen is going to poll the board at a later time for a future meeting. And so keep an eye out for your inbox for Carmen's poll, or your phone for Carmen's poll. Now, there being no further business, just checking the temperature of the group. The meeting of the Towing and Storage Advisory Board, the very last meeting for 2025. Gary, possibly the first, but our last meeting for 2025 is now adjourned at 2:03. I want to thank you all for your contributions and attendance, and